Scheduled meeting of the Real Estate Appraiser Commission to order. The director will call the roll, and we can start. Well, actually, we'll just start from my right, and if you'll give your name and where you're from.
Eric Collinsworth, Arrington.
Norman Hall, Brentwood, Tennessee.
Mark Johnstone, Jackson, Tennessee.
Tim Walton, Collierville, Tennessee.
Randall Thomas, Kingsport, Tennessee.
We do have a quorum present at this time. There are other members in the building trying to park and finishing up experience reviews. This regularly scheduled commission meeting is taking place in room, 1A of the Davy Crockett Tower, 500 James Robertson Parkway, Nashville, Tennessee. And notice of this meeting was posted on the Tennessee Real Estate Appraisal Commission website. At this time, I want to recognize Director Avers. Director Avers, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce several of our guests. We have the new Assistant Commissioner, Brian McCormick, the Deputy Commissioner, Bill Giannini, Bill Huddleston, Accountant 3, is correct?
Counting Manager.
Sorry. We have the policy managers from the subcommittee, Christy Clement, and Vicki Metcalf was here just a moment ago, but has escaped my view. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Deputy Commissioner Mr. Giannini.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, Chairman and Board. Appreciate you letting us get on your agenda first. We've got 2 meetings back to back this morning. And I know everybody has struggled to get here. As I heard Mr. Collinsworth talking about the parking outside. I even got grilled by the guard this morning when I pulled in. They asked if it was my designated parking spot. So I feel your pain. Thank you all. We have, first of all, I did want to expand a little bit on Assistant Commissioner McCormack, who started last Monday. So this is his. He came back after the weekend, and we're grateful for that. He has come over from the governor's office where he was director of boards and commissions, so he does have some knowledge of what we do here at regulatory boards. We're very excited to have him, and I hope you all will help him as much as you helped me when I started several years back. So thanks, Bill. Thank you. And so we have each year we come before the board to give you an annual financial presentation and to give you an opportunity to ask us questions about what we've done with your money for the previous year. And that is the purpose of our visit here this morning. You all should have a copy of your fiscal year close from last year. Is there anybody that does not have that? Great. I'm going to fairly quickly move through the big line items. At any point, if I'm moving too fast or you all have questions, feel free to stop and ask. If you'll notice at the top of the page, go to the far right, you've got FY 13-14. You can see your total payroll expenditures were $122,294, which, while an increase over FY 12 and 13, are actually lower than FY 10-11 and 11-12. So we're grateful to the super job that Director Avers and her staff are doing in maintaining your business for less cost to your licensees. You will drop down then to your total expenditures of $195,742 less your payroll, which took you to a grand total of $318,036. I did notice the increase over the previous 3 years and was told that there were some fee increases for some federal fees that were applied on, and they actually wash out at the bottom line. So any questions about that? And then if you'll go down and look at your cost backs, total cost backs were $149,779, which are actually substantially lower than the year before. Total expenditures of $467,815.
Bill, pardon me for interrupting, but we don't seem to have what you are reading from. Could someone direct us, please, so we could follow you more closely?
Sure. You guys, do they not have copies of their?
I don't think that we received that report. I have the director's report has budget information in it.
We've got paper copies. Are they
Thank
not
you.
on your loaded on the iPad?
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting you.
Hey,
but,
that's
we
why I
were-
asked if anybody did not have what I was reading.
Our numbers weren't matching what I was showing.
We do
Okay.
have the director's report, which has some of those numbers, but not all of them. So
Okay, I see.
We have I give them an
monthly.
abbreviated version of
Okay.
them.
Thought y'all were being awful quiet.
I was the one who raised the question, interrupted you, and I hate to ask this also, but do you mind going back to the beginning since we
Not
can
at
pick
all.
up with you
I'm
again,
here, I'm
please?
here to,
Thank you.
answer your questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So, does everybody have, it's, regulatory board expenditure fiscal year 2010 through 13 and real estate appraisers? And the far right-hand corner, if you look at, if you'll notice payroll expenditures for FY 13-14 of 122,294. Is that correct? Okay, great. We're on the same page now. Then if you look at your travel, 22,987, which is statistically flat from the year before. That is the expenses incurred for the board meetings and for if you're going to any association conferences or things like that, education. Then I'm going to, unless you guys want to talk about any individual line items on here, I'm going to drop down to the grand total on your expenditures of 318,036. And then we add in our cost backs, which is all of your administrative cost. You can see your administrative cost for the past year were 79,102. Your
Mr.
legal,
Director?
I'm sorry.
can I ask one question about that total on other expenditures?
Sure.
The state professional services, which is line item 725
Yes.
for 195,742. Could you give us a little detail on what that consists of?
Sure, that would be any expenses from other state agencies, costs that we incur from general services or things like that, where we are utilizing the services of other state agencies, and that shows up there.
That's where they charge us back for those services provided?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be in the form of rent or something of this nature, computer use, or exactly what?
Yes, it could be all of those things. It would be all those things. Rent, computers, mail service. Sorry.
Thank you.
I just
Yeah.
noticed it was up $30,000 more or less from the previous fiscal year, and
Right, and that's total. But if you'll look down here at and sometimes, and things will move back and forth, if you'll drop down and look at cost backs, which are the internal allocation that we place back on the program, you'll see there was actually a decrease there. And sometimes things will move between something that's done outside of the agency as opposed to done inside of the agency, things like vehicles. There's a variety of things. I certainly would be happy to get you some more detail on that. But it is not uncommon for some services that may have been through general services at one point to then be done internally. So if you can see that your administrative costs were 79,102, your legal costs, which we began breaking out last year for you so that you could see what you're spending there, was 70,676 for your total cost backs of 149,779, which is actually less than the previous year. Total expenditures of 467,815, and then if you'll drop down here to your revenue, licensing revenue of 798,897, which is actually higher than fiscal year 11-12, which was a comparable year. You guys have an up year and a down year, so your license revenues increased. Case and complaint revenue of $6,000, which is less. State regulatory fee, 17,855, which is related to the number of licenses that you have, is how you're billed for that. So that would, as I said, with your increase in your licensing revenue, that would make sense. Your fiscal year balance of $319,227 went to your reserve of $1,152,606, taking it to a total of $1,471,834, minus your core expense, which is the new licensing system, and for last year that was $14,381, leaving your current fiscal reserve balance at $1,457,453.
Any questions from the board?
I just have
Commissioner.
one.
Sure.
Do you think, considering the income you have, that since this is my last quote term here on the commission, so I'm not asking for myself, I'm asking for the people who will come after me. But I've noticed that per diem has been $50 a day since 1999.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
think there'd be any chance they might be able to increase that above $50 a day?
Well, if I could, I'd make it 1,000, but I can't. So that's.
That was a little bit more than I had in mind, but I just think of some recognition. I'd accept it, however, but
I do think it's a legitimate request. I mean, at this point, $50 a day doesn't even cover. Actually, I mean, it covers a little more than it did last year, but even your gas. And I think there is talk in the legislature about increasing that fee. I believe that fee's been the same for since the 80s.
well, I was on the first commission, and it has not increased since then.
So I sympathize with you. I wish that I could do something about it, and I assure you I'll be more than happy to pass that along, and you are not the first person to make that observation. So,
Thank you.
sure. Thank you, guys. Any other questions?
Can you tell me administratively, what are we doing so much that's right that we've saved $64,000?
You've got a very, very efficient staff, and led by Director Avers. She gets the job done.
I think that needs to be noted then.
I assure you that is noted, and she does a fantastic job, and you guys are very lucky to have her as your director. She works very hard at improving her staff, giving her staff the tools they need to get their job done. And I'll also say, you guys probably don't know this, her group is always the first one to step up anytime we run into a deficiency in another program. She's the first director to step up and say, let me help. She's the first one to volunteer staff, and her staff comes over with a smile and pitches in. They're all team players, and that starts with Director Avers. So.
Make me blush.
Other questions?
Any other questions from the board?
We will let you guys get on to your business. I thank you again for your time. I apologize for not having the paperwork in your hand at the start of the meeting. And you guys, as always, please feel free to contact me anytime you need anything. Assistant Commissioner McCormack.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that excellent report. Thank you.
Joining us.
For those members that have just arrived, I'd like to get you on the roll as being at the meeting. So if you have not signed in verbally, I'll ask that we start down here and add you to the meeting.
Fred McCara,
From
East Tennessee, from East Tennessee.
Gary Standifer from Franklin.
Nancy Point, Rogersville.
Thank you, Commissioners. If you have not signed your conflict of interest statements for the 2015 year, I would ask that you do that and submit that to Mr. O'Brien at this time. Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, the agenda that was posted on the Real Estate Appraisal Commission website, I would entertain a motion to adopt that agenda for today's meeting.
So move.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Point. Is there any discussion in reference to adopting the agenda? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda has been adopted for Monday, January the 12th, 2015. I would also entertain a motion at this time to adopt Robert's Rules of Order for 2015.
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Thomas has made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Walton. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Robert's rules have been adopted. The minutes of the December commission meeting have been distributed. Are there any revisions or corrections to the December minutes? If not, I will entertain a motion for approval as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner McCara made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Hall, for approval of the December 2014 minutes. Are there any discussion? If none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? December minutes have been approved. At this time, we are ready for the experience interview portion. I think we had two experience interviews, and I'll recognize Ms. Point at this time.
I've reviewed the reports of Joshua Thurman, and he's going from trainee to license, and I would recommend that we approve his experience credits.
Okay, you've heard the committee report to approve the experience for Mr. Joshua Victor Thurman. At this time, do we have a motion for approval?
So move.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Walton to approve the experience.
Collinsworth.
It's Collinsworth, I'm sorry.
It's Monday.
Any discussion on the experience recommendation for Ms. Point? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Thurman's experience has been approved. Commissioner Walton, you are recognized, sir.
All right, I interviewed Tammy Wells Oliver for a upgrade request from trainee to certified residential. And after reviewing the reports, there were some USPAP deficiencies, and she didn't really have any good answers for. I will not be recommending for her approval of her experience at this time.
Okay, we've heard the committee report to not approve experience at this time. From a legal perspective, Ms. Gamber, do we need to not approve or just let it lay and move on?
I would just make a motion to not
Accept it.
approve.
Okay,
Or I guess you could accept
I'll
Mr. Walton's
entertain a
recommendation.
motion to accept the committee's recommendation on not approving experience at this time.
I'll move we accept.
If you accept his recommendation of
Yes,
not
Mr.
accept.
Walton's,
Let's
right.
be clear on that. That motion
I'll move we accept Mr. Walton's
recommendation.
of not accepting
Okay.
the experience credits.
We
at
have a
this time.
motion to accept Mr. Recommendations. Is that a negative motion? I don't think you can have a negative motion.
If you just accept his motion.
Right.
We'll
it'll
just
be-
accept his
right,
motion.
Right.
Yeah,
We just need a second.
yeah.
So we have a motion to accept his recommendation by Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Thomas. Is there any discussion?
Ask a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
How long does this individual have before they can reapply?
Director Avers, can you respond to that?
I guess they could reapply immediately, but they'd have to reapply with new experience, so how they would come up with new experience immediately would have to have a substantial amount of new experience. So, I'm sorry, I was writing, so, could you repeat the second on that one? I just missed the Thomas, thank you.
Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Collinsworth made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Are there any other questions from this body? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved. That concludes the experience interview portion of today's agenda. We are now ready for the education report. At this time, I would like to recognize Dr. McCara. You're recognized, please, sir.
Okay, we had 5 applications for continuing education and 1 individual course recommendation or a proposal. I recommend that we approve the 5 courses that were recommended and the individual course. They're all for continuing education.
You have heard the report from the Education Committee Chairperson with the recommendation for approval. Do I hear a motion to adopt
So move.
the committee's recommendation?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Walton for approval of the Education Committee's recommendation. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Recommendation approved. That concludes the education report. We are now at the director's report portion. At this time, I recognize Director Avers. You are recognized.
Turn in your iPads to the Director's Report section. I have a summary of the budget information, which you've already reviewed with the Deputy Commissioner. A summary of our license count totals, which is about the same as the previous month, so I won't go over those numbers, although we've had some upgrades because of the 2015, but the total numbers have stayed about the same. The complaint counts as of December 1st there were 4 complaints that were closed, but we're tracking for either education experience logs or civil penalties. 1 formal hearing had been held, but the final order was pending, which we have an order to be signed today. There is 3 cases with a formal hearing pending. There are 2 on the January legal report. There are 2 ready for the next legal report. And 1 has a consent order and formal conference pending, and 7 are under review. There are 2 new complaints where a response have been requested. We've already addressed the welcome, so I'm going to skip to the 3rd item. The ASB has released the 4th exposure draft relating to changes for the 2016-2017 edition of USPAP. Changes include minor edits to the record-keeping rule, revisions to Standard 3, revisions to the definition of assignment results and confidentiality of information in the confidentiality section of the ethics rule, a new definition of engagement, proposed revisions to the reporting standards, and retirement of all the statements moving the content to either parts of USPAP or the advisory opinions. A copy of the exposure draft has been included in the board documents and is posted on the Appraisal Foundation website. Written comments will be accepted till February 2nd, 2015. So I encourage everyone to read the document in detail and consider the regulatory impact of the changes as well as those impacting appraisers. The ASB requests comments in support or against the changes, as well as any minor wording or editing recommendations be submitted, and I included the email address. The next item on the director's report, there's not a formal hearing scheduled for the next month, and applications are expected to be slow for the next month, so I would recommend that we cancel the February board meeting. I request a vote on this item.
You've heard the Director Avers' recommendation for canceling the February meeting. For discussion purposes, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have
Second.
a motion to approve. Commissioner Walton, seconded by who? Commissioner Standiford, for approving that recommendation of canceling the February meeting. Any discussion?
What happens as far as the people making application to move from trainee up to residential or up to certified general? What happens during this, quote, 2-month period, since we will not be meeting in February, if we approve this vote?
Scheduled for March.
I think Director Avers had indicated this is a very slow time for renewal, for upgrades, so the probability of many people being caught in the mix would be minimal.
We have no applications currently, and I don't anticipate there to be too very many, given that we just changed the rules. But if we do get some, then again, they would be scheduled for March.
Any other questions? If not, all in favor of canceling the February meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. You are,
Right. With revisions to some of the rules, some minor edits to the commission policies will also become necessary. These do not relate to the education, so I recommend addressing some of these at the outset of this meeting. Policy number 7 includes reference to compliance with the 2008 AQB criteria. The director recommends deleting this language from the paragraph that reads, in quotes, I'm going to say, on or after January 1st, 2008, without having to meet the AQB criteria, if an appraiser holds a valid appraiser credential supported by an AQB-approved examination, the appraiser will be deemed in full compliance with the 2008 criteria. The remainder can remain unchanged. Just all I recommend doing is taking that portion out of the policy, because we don't really need to refer to the AQB, to the 2008 requirements any longer. Recommend for a vote on this item.
you've heard Director Avers' recommendation. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Collinsworth made a motion to approve, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Standiford. Any discussion? Commissioner Hall, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a question. Would it be easier just to somehow word this, that we would adapt the regulations, the AQB criteria, period, and without putting dates in there so that they will know whatever's current? That's the one we're going by, rather than having to change it every time, you know? I
Well,
don't know, I'm just asking.
If you look at policy number 7 as it will read, that's all it will say is evidence of AQB compliance,
Okay.
da, 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 da.
Okay, good, thank you.
Number 6, with revisions to the AQB requirements effective January 1st, 2015.
We haven't voted
Still
on
need to
that.
vote.
We're
Oh, I'm
still-
sorry.
Is there any other questions on that motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion approved. You may continue, Director Avers.
With revisions to the AQB requirements effective January 1st, 2015, to be a supervisor will change from 2 years to 3 years. The director recommends either changing the policy to read 3 years or deleting the policy entirely, as it will be sufficiently covered within the rules.
Let me ask a question. Are you saying that without that statement in there, we're still going to be covered within the rules?
Yep.
So would it be cleaner without that statement altogether?
It's not necessary to even have it in the policies.
But your recommendation was to change it so that it was consistent, 3 and 3.
It doesn't hurt to have it in a policy, but if we're going to have it, either remove it or
Make it
fix it.
consistent.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is either remove it or make it consistent. I'll entertain a motion at this time to approve the director's request, which is make it consistent, or we can make our own motion and delete it.
I make the motion, we delete it.
Motion from Commissioner Walton to delete it. Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Point has made the second. Any discussion on deleting the language? If not,
Well,
Commissioner
It-
Hall,
this-
you're recognized.
So this is stated somewhere else in the rules that has to have to be 3 years? Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion approved. Item 7.
Item 7, there was a complaint referenced as 2012-01177. This complaint was resolved by a final order and included 2-year probation and a $5,000 civil penalty, the balance of which is due now as of February 5th, 2015. The respondent recently emailed January 7th, 2015, indicating she's been unable to sell her car and requested an additional 6 months to pay off the balance of the civil penalty. This respondent is not a resident of Tennessee and was previously licensed through reciprocity, but let her credential lapse July 31st, 2013. Additionally, this respondent has had multiple disciplinary actions, including additional education requirements, civil penalties, probation, and suspension. She would have to reapply in order to gain a license in Tennessee. A vote is requested on whether to approve or deny the request to grant the 6-month extension to pay the civil penalty.
You've heard the director's report. I have one question before we entertain a motion. If she if she is not granted this extension and she reapplies, will she reapply under reciprocity, just like she has in the past?
She would, but that application would be flagged and it would still have to go before the board for consideration.
What does she owe?
$4,750. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, $4,250. She paid $750.
Paid $750.
That's
Was that a one-time payment, or is she trying to make monthly payments on this?
The whole thing should have been a one-time payment.
And when was it due originally?
February 5th.
February 5th. So it's not due yet then?
Had since,
When was it originally due? When was it due and payable originally, or initially?
the final order was in 2013.
So we've been almost 2 years with one $750 payment?
A question. What if we say, we're gonna deny that, we want the money by the 15th? Send somebody to whatever state she's in and arrest her and bring her back to serve time? I mean, what's the implication here if we do or do not do it? What are our options here? What are we talking about?
Is her license impacted by not paying that, suspended or revoked?
According to the final order, her license is technically then suspended, but she's expired past her grace period. So probably the most we would do is notify the state she currently holds a credential in, and they may take action.
So let me follow the timeline. Was this the first of 2013 or the end of 2013? Middle
Middle
you
of
said July.
2013, yeah.
So July, so we're talking 7/13, 7/14, and we received a payment when? When was our first, the 750? When did we get that?
I don't remember specifically, I'm
So
sorry.
probably right after she was,
When she signed, it was like an agreed final order
so
for
it was
settlement.
pretty quick after 7/13. So she's had a year and a half, and is this the first time she's made an attempt to extend it, or did she just ignore it for a year and a half?
Yes, this is the first attempt at any kind of,
I just think it would be reasonable that if I was in that situation, that I would make an attempt to explain the situation toward the end of 2013 than letting it go an entire year and then all of a sudden bringing this story forward. I would be personally not inclined to grant the extension. That's just my opinion. Commissioner Hall, you're recognized.
You know, considering that evidently she's having difficulty paying this money, I'm not gonna make this in the form of a motion, this is just for discussion, but to allow her until the February the 5th, 2015, to pay the rest of it. However, if we don't get the money at that point in time, to notify the state where she is currently licensed of her outstanding bill that she still owes the state of Tennessee for her not acting properly, or whatever the case may be. That way, we have given her the benefit of the doubt, and like we ought to let her know that we will be notifying the state where she is licensed, that she has not, paid her civil. Because we can't get blood out of a turnip. If she doesn't want to pay, she ain't gonna pay. So let's just try to put something in there to say, all right, we're gonna go with you. It's been about almost 2 years, isn't it? Year and a half at least. Before you haven't, paid this, we've worked with you every way we can. Now, if you don't pay us by now, we're gonna notify the state where you are licensed or certified, whatever, that you have not met your obligation to the state of Tennessee. I don't know what else we can do.
Is that not what the final order does anyway, whether we take action or not? Maybe I misunderstood what you said, but she has until February of 2015 to pay, and if she doesn't, then they're notified automatically. So by us, maybe I misunderstood what you said.
Not automatically. I don't think they're notified automatically.
If the staff notifies them at that point automatically and says, hey, this is what's gonna happen, I'm not sure about that.
I didn't think it was automatic. I was thinking it would require an
Took a
action on our part.
suspension or a revocation, another state would be notified.
All right, can you repeat that?
If a suspension or revocation happened against a licensee, the other states are notified.
But in the final order, did it state what would happen if she did not pay by February of 2015?
Yeah, every final order or agreed order says some kind of
So
statement like that.
is
Yes.
that information available right here now?
Yeah,
Can we have that read so we at least know, we're just assuming that it will be done or not be done, and so it may be, the action may be clearly written in that final order.
I'll bring it to you on the first break.
Okay. I'm just
I'll have to
suggesting
table
she
that
be made
discussion.
aware. What I'm doing, Mr. Chairman, is just making the suggestion she be made aware of this fact in case she might have slipped her mind.
I'm pretty sure it says suspension, but I am not 100%, so I'd have to bring it to you to verify.
I'm just thinking that there may not be any board action needed because it may be already spelled out in that final order.
I know we notify them when they're suspended, but I don't know for sure if it says suspension or revocation.
We'll just defer that until after the first break. You still have the floor, Director Avers.
There was one other thing that it isn't on the written version of the director's report, but I had made a note to discuss it, and that was with possibly changing to a less frequent commission meeting schedule. There is a commission policy on here for when I can do an automatic approval on CAP courses. And if you look at commission policy number 10, it says I can automatically approve CAP courses when they have AQB approval for CAP courses, and then if they're online, if they have the IDEC approval also. I don't do it if it's a secondary provider. So if they're not the direct CAP approved course provider, I still have Dr. McCara approve it, unless the commission spells it out that I can also do it for secondary providers. We might want to consider changing this policy. If we're going to meet less frequently, potentially, which you might want to consider doing, given that we're probably going to have less applications in 2015, and we are actually in a really good place so far as complaints. I think we can maintain this trend of having less complaints on the legal report, everything willing. We can maybe meet every other month. If we can do that, then if the course is CAP approved, and if I review the instructor and the secondary course provider, then Dr. McCara feels comfortable, and I feel comfortable that if it's a CAP approved course, or through that new program, and then the words are escaping me right now, but I have something from Bill Wilson on it. I can't remember what it's called right now, but if it's, can you remember what it's called, Dr. McCara?
Was that a recent one?
Yeah, it's through that.
The Bill Wilson course.
No.
Understanding using comparable.
It's through the Appraisal Foundations program for education approval.
It's not the IAAO, is that the one you're referring to?
No.
It says Knoxville ASA.
It's about that's the, shoot.
Anyhow.
American
Society of
Society of
Appraisers.
Appraisers. American Society of Appraisers.
Yeah, but
They do real
there's
estate.
another appraisal foundation. What's that branch of courses that they are doing right now where they're developing the courses? The AVE program. If those courses are, thank you, I love the audience, then I could review them without having to present them for the commission approval. So that the course providers aren't waiting 2 months or 3 months for course approvals. But that's a policy the commission would have to consider implementing if they wanted to. I have no dog in that fight. The current policy is fine, but if we're gonna meet less frequently, that might be something we consider because it will impact business.
Is that something we need to take action on today, or can we pontificate on this a month?
Certainly can wait. I just wanted to bring that one to your attention. It was actually something that was brought up like last Thursday or Friday, and so I didn't really have a great deal of time to think about it.
Questions from the commission? Commissioner Hall, you're recognized.
My only concern, I want to make sure that we don't put our director in the position of having to make a decision of this nature and then have somebody else come back and say, well, I thought that's why y'all had an education person on your commission to review those things. I just don't want her to be subject to, or him or her, whomever our director may be. I just want to protect them and make sure that they're not open to exposure here that might not be favorable to that individual occupying that position nor the commission. And I personally have no problem as far as Dr. McCurr or whomever occupies that position is involved in the process. That's just
Mr. Walton, you're recognized.
Well, I think, too, it states right here that the courses we're talking about are already CAP approved. So there's little exposure, I think, really for Director Avers. And those things, I think she had said earlier, too, that the courses that would require Dr. McCarry, she would consult on. So I think we're kind of in a position where we're already there 90% of the way anyway.
Dr. McCarroll, what's your comments on this?
Well, my feeling is I can work with you any way you want, Ms. Avers. If you want to, even for the CAP-approved courses, if you want to forward those to me just so that I can glance over them, and if I have any objections or any problems with them, I'll let you know. And then we could maybe see where we go from there, that we reserve those for a meeting. But otherwise, I'm willing to work with you any way you prefer on that.
I'm fine with however the board wants those approved, but I just wanted to consider that waiting for 2 and 3 months for a course to get approved is kind of a long time to wait for a course to get approved. And we have a couple of course providers in the room, and I think they would probably agree that, you know, that's a long time to submit for a course and wait.
And there's no alternative for actually approving them at a meeting, am I right?
Not currently. We have this policy for CAP-approved courses, but for a not CAP-approved course, they come to you and the board has to vote, and the only time they get approved is during a board meeting.
And it has to be a public board meeting. It can't be done online or any way
Unless
like
you create
that.
a policy that specifically says that there's another way, that this is how you'll do it.
If you could just maybe forward those to me and, let me know which ones are CAP approved. And so just so I have that information, if there's any questions that I have about it.
As I read this, it pretty much, it allows a director to arbitrarily make those and approve those decisions for the purpose of the board and the public. If we amended that to say the commission's director, subject to the confirmation of the Education Committee chair, may automatically approve, then that automatically requires you to at least have a hands-on, whether you're here or in East Tennessee or wherever, and it gives 2 sets of eyes to it. That might be a way to help ease some concerns.
Would that be overly burdensome for you, Ms. Avers, to?
It's not a problem
contact
for
them
us,
about
but that's actually more than what we are currently doing, because right now we already are approving CAP courses. We've had this policy standing for several years now.
And there's
Yeah,
no
and-
reason to change it.
Right.
And I could see, you know, if we run into, you know, we're transitioning between education directors and things, it could really create a log jam.
The only thing that I was talking about for additional sometimes, okay, like let's say there's a course provider like Hondros is one of the course providers. And sometimes they sell their course materials to other course providers like Trees. They sell their course material to them. Well, just because Hondros got it CAP approved does not mean that it's a Trees CAP approved course. So we still have to have Dr. McCarroll review it because it's not a CAP approved Trees course, it's a CAP approved Hondros course. So I still have to have those go before the board. If Hondros submits it and says we're going to teach it, then I can approve those. McKissick submits it and has IDEC approval for an online course, and it's CAP approved, I can approve it. But if it's a course that's not CAP approved, it goes before the board. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right.
We're talking about courses, and I keep hearing the word courses. I don't hear anything in here about the instructor, because I don't care how good the course is. If the instructor is not adequate, it ain't a good course.
Well, the instructors are reviewed either by Dr. McCarroll or myself, and we have a checklist of requirements that they have to maintain. We review those each time a course is submitted. That's part of the course approval process.
Director Avers, could you just give us your recommendation? Boil it down for us one more time. Just what is your recommendation?
Well, we can reconsider this at another meeting if you don't feel comfortable with this today. But we may want to consider expanding the director approval to include courses that have CAP approval, but consider it for secondary providers, where the secondary provider has the letter of approval from the original owner of the course, so that the director can approve those without having to submit them to the board if we get secondary approval from Dr. McCarroll without presenting it to the full board for a vote. I can write that up and present it in March. So just kind of keep it in the forefront of your mind. It's not an urgent matter, but I wanted to at least bring it up because one of the course providers brought
Can
it
we
up.
just table this then to next?
We'll just have her bring it to the March
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
That way we can think through it a little bit more. Okay. We'll have the floor, Director Avers.
That concludes the director's report.
Thank you for that report. We are now,
Before we move on, Director Avers, item 12 down here, we all got, I assume we all got a letter from an appraiser who asked a question about what qualifies for good standing. Had you planned on addressing that now or later?
As part of the rulemaking hearing, we can address that when we get to the rulemaking.
Thank you.
any other questions before we move to legal? Director's report. Okay, we're ready for the legal report. At this time, I would recognize Ms. Gamber. You are recognized.
Item number 1, 2014-024791. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent misapplied the cost approach, which caused the complainants to lose the sale of their home and lose the chance to purchase the home they wanted. Complainant alleged that respondent wrote the cost approach as 2.1 acres equaling $40,000, with the remaining $58,000 being for the home and outbuildings, etc., for a total of $98,000.
Can you hold on one second? We're a little bit behind. We're trying to find where this is.
Okay, sorry.
Page 70
Page,
on the document, guys.
Thank you.
page 70?
If you want to navigate from the agenda, just tap legal report on the agenda, it'll take you to the page.
Everybody up to speed here? Page 70?
Sorry, I thought everybody was on the same page. I thought, why are they stopping me? What am I doing wrong?
We good?
It's after the proposed changes on the online documents with him.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Gonna start over.
Please.
Okay. Item 1, 2014-024791. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent misapplied the cost approach, which caused the complainants to lose the sale of their home and lose the chance to purchase the home they wanted. Complainant alleged that respondent wrote the cost approach as 2.1 acres, equaling $40,000, with the remaining $58,000 being for the home and outbuildings, etc., for a total of $98,000. Complainant stated the THDA guidelines state that the property cannot exceed 35% of the total appraisal. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that he had a problem with the complaint on several levels. First of all, the owner is the one who informed him that the sale included the 6+ acres at a price of $105,000. Secondly, it is not unusual for a manufactured home on acreage in this town to have land value greater than 30% of the total value. This is more of a function of the type of property rather than the appraisal process. The fact that THDA will not insure a transaction with a land value in excess of 37% of total value is their guideline, not a function of the appraisal process. We've listed the reviewer's conclusions there as well as the respondent's response to those conclusions if you need a minute to look over those before we discuss the recommendation.
Everyone had an opportunity to read the comments. Ms. Gamber, you're recognized.
Council recommends closure of the matter with a letter of instruction pertaining to summarizing the information analyzed, the appraisal methods and techniques employed, and the reasoning that supports the analysis, opinions, and conclusions in the cost approach for the site value, and the final reconciliation of the value opinions developed in the appraisal report.
heard the legal's recommendation in reference to that my comments per se is, as I read through the respondents' answers, they seemed reasonable to me. I didn't see anything in there that was unusual. A letter of instruction is not disciplinary. It's just, but there again, it would be in their file as well.
And once again, this would not include any bullet points, nothing like
No,
that.
sir.
It'd just be-
No, we are past that.
But what's the letter of instruction? I mean, as I read the reviewer's comments, not the reviewer's comments, the respondents' comments, they seem to address each one of the reviewer's statements to the point, and they seemed acceptable to me. So why are we instructing them on doing something?
Well, if you feel like that is the case, then perhaps we shouldn't go with a letter of instruction. I mean, we can just close or dismiss based on, if you think that the respondent's responses to those bullet points are reasonable, then, and you don't feel like a letter of instruction is necessary and you feel like they answered them, then I'm totally fine with that too.
Make a motion, we dismiss.
Motion to dismiss by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Case is dismissed. Item 2.
Item 2, 2014027131. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged the undervaluing of a residential property by using inaccurate comparable sales data. The complaint alleged that respondent spent 20 minutes or less at the home and did not measure completely around the house. He stuck his camera in every room and flashed a quick picture but never measured one inside room. He did not look at the hot water tank or furnace to see if it existed. Complainant alleged that the subject property is approximately 3/4 of an acre and significantly larger than the lots of the comparable sales listed, and the square footage of complainant's home was significantly larger than the comparable sales. Complainant suggested that the comparable sales respondent selected are all REOs, and it appears there was a deliberate search to find foreclosed properties to lowball the appraisal. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that when the assignment was received, the property owner informed respondent that the property was being used as a boarding house. When respondent was informed of this, he informed the client that the property would be difficult to appraise and that sales of such properties rarely ever transfer. Respondent alleged that property had no landscaping and minimum yard maintenance, along with a large portion of the yard being a large asphalt parking lot for multiple tenants. Respondent stated the floors in the dwelling were uneven and somewhat weak, but not to the point that he felt a structural inspection was required. Respondent stated the subject property is located in a neighborhood that has seen drastic decline in property values since the collapse of the real estate market. The decline was further influenced by the fact that owner-occupied purchaser could no longer qualify for a mortgage with the tighter lending restrictions. There is very little market for sites in the neighborhood. There did not appear to be support for an adjustment for the site size in land sales or in sales of improved properties. Though the subject's living area is much larger than most of the sales in the neighborhood, the larger square footage of living area appears to contribute a minimum value in the market. The properties considered were felt to be similar to the subject, as adjusted, provided a good indication of the as-is market value for the subject property. It is not feasible for respondent to consider the rents generated by the subject's boarding house income to arrive at an income value for the subject. The cost approach was determined from Marshall & Swift fair rating, quarter multipliers, and local multipliers. Respondent feels that considering all of the conditions influencing the subject property, it is a fair and supported value. The reviewer's conclusions are rather lengthy. They're listed there. The respondent did not send back another response to those conclusions, so the only thing you're seeing is the reviewer's conclusions.
I will take a few moments to review those comments. Everybody had an opportunity to review the case. Ms. Gamber, you still have the floor.
The reviewer found that the inconsistencies throughout the report diminished the reliability of the report, and there is not adequate support for the conclusions rendered. As such, council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the consent order, and a 15-hour residential market analysis and highest and best use course, and a 15-hour residential appraiser site valuation and cost approach course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order, such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Heard the legal's recommendation. Any discussion? Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Thomas, you are recognized.
Ms. Gamber, I have a question that we're asked daily. How'd you come up with the $500?
Well, some of the things that are considered, there seem to be a lot of significant violations that the reviewer found. However, the respondent doesn't seem to have any previous disciplinary history, so that was just kind of a starting point.
That's what I noticed. He's been an appraiser since '91. He's never had any disciplinary problems. With a mandate for 15 hours in one area and 15 hours in another, that's 30, which is a penalty upon his time, and even though he might need it, or she might need it, but it's also a penalty on his or her resources. I don't have a problem with the education, and I don't think the $500 is going to bankrupt this individual. But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to see the $500 removed from that.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
So you would make a motion to approve council's recommendation with the amendment of striking the $500 civil penalty.
Yes, sir.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Thomas, seconded by Commissioner Walton. Any discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall, you're recognized, sir.
The original complaint by a consumer alleged the undervaluing of a residential property by using inadequate comparable sales data. I don't know from the reviewers nor the respondents' comments that was ever addressed. What did he use? Because we had a house here, from the data that I've been able to glean from here, that was converted to 6 bedrooms. The property was zoned for a daycare center. These up to 30 people. And I just have trouble understanding where either side is coming from in this one, because the reviewer did not really address what type of sales were used to come up with a value. The respondent did not say what kind of sales they used, but this was not a, quote, single-family tract house. You know, I agree that evidently there are some deficiencies in here, but then again, it would appear to me that the review appraiser did not adequately review the report to tell us what he considered, what type of sales were used. Were they single-family sales used? Were they boarding house sales used? Were the other daycare centers used? I don't think the reviewer did an adequate job of reviewing this report.
Actually, he does discuss it a little bit, Mr. Hall. The second bullet that you've got there on that page 5.
Right here?
Right, that second bullet, about halfway down. It's
Okay.
noted the sales used are all single-family residences, and subjects is a single-family structure has been converted to a boarding house. There was no discussion of analysis provided on how the current use was compared to the sales and what effect it would have on the value indication. Now, he or she did not go much further into that on their
Yeah.
discussion, but
Well,
the review.
that's part of my whole point. Okay, so they've got one here, they've got a sale, and that was better than what I'd have hoped for if I'd had that same assignment.
Well, I looked at both the appraisal and the
Okay.
review, and the reviewer did analyze the sales that
Okay.
the original appraisal used.
Okay.
Our single-family sales, it was analyzed and addressed in the review report. The reviewer did not develop their own opinion of value, and that wasn't part of the scope of work that was.
Thank you. I just never saw in here where it was addressed. Was the appraisal done on a single family? Is that the way it was done? I don't.
I think they did it on a
They did?
URAR.
Yes,
It
they
said.
did.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody does everything on a
Unusual
regardless of whether it's applicable or not.
Try to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I point out something,
Commissioner Stanton,
Chairman?
you're recognized.
Just a clarification. So this summary is not a summary of the actual review appraiser's review of the report. It's a summary by Ms. Gamber, is that correct?
It's what you see on the bullet points is a summary of the report that the review appraiser sent to me. So yes, it is a summary of the review appraiser's conclusions.
Oh, this is his actual summary, the
Correct.
reviewer. Okay, thank you.
No, I think it's Ms. Gamber's summary of the review. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, it's the reviewer's words. I just put it into these bullet points, but I don't look at it and really make my own summary because I'm not an appraiser and
You kind of pull it together and it's your version of his summary. Okay.
they're not my words, they're his.
Okay, so we don't have the full review, so it's difficult to know what level of analysis was really done, but
There's more information contained in those reviews, and those would become an example.
It's difficult to get everything in there
I understand.
without,
I understand.
but I try not to leave anything out, so.
Thank you.
Did the respondent, they never responded to the reviewer's comments?
Correct.
Were they asked to respond, or they
Yes.
were given proper notice?
Right, everybody gets a notice of violations. It's not really required for them to respond. It's just a subsequent thing that we do just in case they want to
Most of the time,
respond.
people always respond. Very few times do they not respond.
I mean, I would say most people do respond, but it's not a requirement at this phase, but we
It would
just
have been helpful if they would have responded.
probably.
Any other discussion? Ms. Point?
Well,
Thank you.
I'll
Commissioner Walton, you're
quickly, briefly go on the record in that my issue with it is not so much what sales he did or didn't use, but that he knew going in this was an income property and he didn't develop the income approach. I think that's a problem with highest and best use and scope that probably should be addressed.
Right. Any other comments? If not, all in favor of approving the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Ms. Gamber, you still have the floor.
That concludes the legal report, so.
That concludes the legal report. All right, we are ready for the McKissick presentation on online education, followed by the rulemaking hearing. I would
Break.
ask if we take a
10.
5-minute break, which we know is gonna morph into 10, but we're gonna call it 5.
Correct.
We're gonna call it 5, we know it'll take
We'll
10.
be back in 15.
All right, so we stand adjourned for 5 minutes. It'll take 10 to get everybody around. On the agenda, McKissick presentation for online education. At this time, I would recognize Director Avers to introduce them, and they have got 15 minutes for a presentation.
Dan Bradley from McKissick is going to give a short presentation, and I'll just let him take over.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
I'd like to thank everybody, commissioners and staff, for allowing us to come down here. First of all, it's warmer here than it is where we live, so it's much nicer to be down here than it is to be home. And thanks for the opportunity. My name is Dan Bradley. I am the Director of Online Appraisal Curriculum for McKissick Education. With me is Emily Onufer, who is our appraisal education product manager. I know, talk into the mic. Just a tiny little bit about my background. I am a certified general appraiser. I've been an appraiser for 28 years. I've been in appraisal education for a little over 20 years, and I'm a former board member and board chair in Pennsylvania. So I'm a former regulator as well. And now I do online education for McKissick, And a little bit about distance education. I just want to kind of give you just a little bit of background here. Distance education, you have in your proposed regulations here, defined it, and I'm not going to read through it. You've actually defined it, I think, very thoroughly in your regulations. You talk about teacher and student are separated by distance and sometimes by time, and the course provides interaction, and you've even provided a definition of interaction. Not all distance education is the same. You can take distance education and you can really throw it into two buckets, synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous is when the interaction occurs in real time. I don't know how many of you might have taken webinars, for example, where you have to log in on your computer at a certain time. You have an instructor or presenter who provides a presentation. You're there in real time. You're listening to that person. If you have a question, you can ask them, or you can type in a question, and you get an answer or feedback in real time. That would be a synchronous course. An asynchronous course is when the interaction does not occur in real time, and that's I think that's pretty much most of what's out there in the distance education world today. Asynchronous courses where you log in at any time, 2 in the morning, you have insomnia, you log in and take a chapter, and usually that puts you right to sleep, so you've solved 2 problems at once. But you, for example, have a question of the instructor at 2 in the morning. Okay, I might be the instructor of that class. I'm not up at 2 in the morning. Okay, but the student will ask the question. The instructor logs in usually, the next morning and answers the question. So the interaction between the instructor and the student is taking place. It's just not taking place in real time. It usually takes place via email or some other electronic communication. Now, a lot of education is distance education today. I mean, you go into colleges and universities. You have places, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. Here in your state, you can get a degree from the University of Tennessee without ever setting foot on their campus. And whether that's a good or a bad thing, you can decide, but you can. It's common, and a degree from the University of Tennessee, whether you're online or distance education, it still is a bachelor's degree or it's still a master's degree. For professional education, distance education is used in a lot of different professions. Obviously, we're talking about appraisal in here, but law, medicine, accountancy, engineering, and others. Real estate uses it here in Tennessee and other states as well. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some myths and misconceptions, because there are some myths that people have, especially if you haven't taken a distance education course, is that you hear people say, oh, it's not as good. It's inherently inferior. And it's really not. It's like vanilla and chocolate ice cream. Okay, they're both good. Can you say one's better than the other? And you really can't. They both satisfy your craving for sweets. And you get online distance education and classroom education. If they're both done right, they both satisfy the student's requirement for education and learning. There was an analysis done of Texas real estate pre-licensing education for people who wanted to become real estate agents. And what they found was that for students who took their classes online, in a classroom, traditional classroom, those providers had an overall student pass rate of 52%. For providers who provided distance education, their students passed at 63%. So it's roughly 19, almost 20% higher. And again, it doesn't mean one's better than the other, but the point is that they're both credible sources of education. There are a number of different ways of comparing distance education versus traditional classroom education. And a couple of things I wanted to point out here. Frequent periodic assessments. For distance education to be approved by IDEC, you have to have these periodic assessments, and we often call that mastery-based instruction, where you have to show mastery in one unit of instruction before you can move on to the next. Everybody in here has sat in classroom situations where maybe you've taught a class where you've got people, but sometimes they're sitting in the back, and you know by the look in their eye that they're not getting it. Okay, you just completely, the lights are on, but nobody's home, and that happens sometimes in a classroom. In a distance education course, it doesn't happen as frequently. Why? Because you can't get through the course without showing some sort of knowledge, some sort of mastery. Instructor interaction, certification required by instructor. Commissioner Hall, you made a really good point right before the break about, the course may be approved, but what about the instructor? Okay, with a distance education course that's certified by IDEC, the instructor has to be certified. You can't just pull someone in off the street and say, okay, you're a distance education instructor today. IDEC won't approve that, and we'll talk about who IDEC is. And by the way, the distance education and traditional classroom education are both approved by the AQB for USPAP education, whether it's the 7-hour USPAP update or the 15-hour national USPAP. There's a myth that many states are reluctant to accept distance education. And again, that's not true. If you look at the map here, the cream-colored states are the states that allow qualifying education to be taken by appraisers online. And as you can see, that's the vast majority of the states. The mint green, the medium green colored states are the ones that have changed within the last year to 18 months to allow online qualifying education. You can see it's Missouri, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Florida. They've revised their laws and or regs in the last 12 to 18 months. And the dark green states are the states that do not allow online qualifying education for appraisers. One asterisk there, New York is a dark green state, but New York is actually going through the process right now of changing their regulations to allow online qualifying education. So New York is going to change probably in the next year to a mint green state. And for continuing education for appraisers, you can see the light blue states are the states that allow all of an appraiser's CE hours to be taken online. The dark blue states are the states that allow some online education, continuing education, but not all. And you, Tennessee, are one of the dark blue states. You allow, if I'm not mistaken, 14 hours to be taken online or through distance education, and the other 14 hours have to be taken in a traditional classroom. I can go over this kind of quickly here. I mean, the benefits of allowing students, especially in qualifying education, to take distance education are numerous. There's a convenience factor, travel time. These courses tend to be offered in population centers, and they tend to be offered on weekdays. And they tend to be offered usually starting around 8:30 in the morning and ending around 4:30 in the afternoon. I live about 20 miles outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, 20 miles is nothing, right? Classroom course in the city of Pittsburgh, I have to leave my house an hour and a half before the class starts. Okay, and I don't know if the traffic here is quite as bad as it is there, but still, there's the convenience factor of being able to take the class from your office or from your home. The cost factor, we're going to talk more about that on the next slide. There's a choice factor in that, if I want to take a class, if it's a classroom course, I take what the provider's offering that day at that location. Okay? I don't have a choice. If they're offering, let's say I'm a qualifying ed student, and they're offering residential sales comparison and income approach. Okay? That's the course I'm going to take. But what if I've already taken residential sales comparison and income approach? I need residential market analysis and highest and best use. Okay? Wait until it comes around. It might be offered next month. It might be offered 6 months from now, and I'm waiting. Or I can travel, which is a whole other thing. Go to another state perhaps and take it. There's choice, there's time, and there's rigor. And I mentioned previously the issue of rigor. People a lot of times think that distance education courses, you sit there, you're looking at your computer, you're completely detached from it. You're just kind of watching. It's almost like watching a video. And no, that's not exactly true, because if you don't you have that little unit of instruction, and you don't show mastery of that little unit of instruction, then you can't move on through the course. I just kind of threw this together really quickly. I've got an example student here, lives in Jackson, okay? Commissioner Johnstone, how far is Jackson in miles? About 120 miles roughly? 120. Okay, all right. So Google Maps didn't lie to me here, okay? I have 125 miles. So you want to take basic appraisal principles, basic appraisal procedures. That's the 2 30-hour courses you have to take in order to become a trainee. Of course, you have to take the 15-hour USPAP as well. But let's just go with the 2 30-hour courses. Those are 4-day-long courses. If the course tuition is about $450 for each course. Let's say you drive in the morning of the first course and you stay overnight, 3 nights in a hotel. You got $125 a night, which again you could spend more or less. I averaged that out. Let's say you make two different round trips, one for each class. You're going to be out of your office or away from your home for 8 days. Basically, and that's not even all the expenses. Those are just the ones I shot off the top of my head. You're looking at $2,200 roughly to take 2 courses. Whereas if you take them from your computer, from your home, or from your office, you can take them for about $800 total. You're looking at about 1/3 the cost. Let's talk about standards a little bit. There's a myth out there that distance education is unregulated. It's the Wild West. Anybody can call themselves an education provider and begin to offer courses, and that's not true. Really, in distance education, you've got 2 different levels of regulation, and actually 3 if you count yourselves in as a level, the state level. But on the national level, you've got the content of the course is regulated by the AQB, okay, the CAP program. Especially in qualifying education, you have to make sure that qualifying ed course meets the AQB's required core curriculum. If it doesn't, it won't get approved for content. And then the design and the delivery of the course have to be approved by IDEC, the International Distance Education Certification Center. A little bit about IDEC. They are recognized by the Appraisal Foundation as the standard for course design and delivery. IDEC standards are the standard in the appraisal distance education space. They have rigorous standards and they're updated regularly. And a couple of they have roughly a little over 20 standards. And I just put 5 of them on the slide here just so you could see what they look like. Clock hours have to be quantitatively verified. Interactivity is promoted. Instructors will maintain the CDEI designation. Okay, again, you have to obtain that CDEI designation and you have to maintain the CDEI designation in order to be an instructor for a distance education course for IDEC. And the program provides secure and accurate documentation of learner identity. There's another myth out there, and this really, years and years ago, we had, I shouldn't say we, but it was common for providers to have correspondence book. And there are a lot of people, and by the way, there still exist in other professions, correspondence, not in appraisal. But people look at distance education, they mailed me a book, I read the book, there's an open book test at the end of it, I mailed it back and I got my certificate. Okay, that's not the way it works in appraisal education. IDEC does not accept correspondence courses. They don't accept web-enhanced correspondence courses. They don't accept CD-ROM training. Okay, they have a reviewer, IDEC, who takes the course as a learner would take it. They log in through the program and they take it, they go through it. They're required to have interactivity, and every course has to have time tracking functionality. In other words, we have to know as a provider how long each student takes in the course. That's a requirement in order for it to be approved. There's a myth that the typical distance education course can be completed by an average student in half the time that's credited for the course. And that may have been true 15 years ago, but IDEC has really, really updated their standards, and they require quantifiable evidence. They take all the course content, they go through it and test it for word count. Then they require, in addition to the word count, they require time studies by subject matter experts or 10 learners of an appropriate sample audience. The important thing to remember here is that they monitor these things on an ongoing basis. So if a course provider gets a distance education course approved for 15 hours, okay? Doesn't end with the approval. They monitor the courses on an ongoing basis. They sometimes audit the courses. And if, let's say, you get a course approved for 15 hours and it's taking students 8, IDEC will come along and they will decertify that course, okay? Which nobody wants to be decertified, okay? We take this stuff very seriously. IDEC approves these based on an average of student completions. Again, some may take a little more, some may take a little less. If you have a 15-hour course, for example, you might have someone who does take it in 14 hours. Someone else is taking it in 16 hours. It's the average course completion time. The assessments. Distance education courses, according to IDEC, are required to have a minimum of 10 to 12 incremental assessment items per hour. So you're talking about case studies, you're talking about quiz questions per hour. So if you're talking about a 15-hour course, you're looking at about between 150 and 200 assessment items in that course. They also require a 3-to-1 item bank for questions. So for example, at the end of a chapter, if you have a 20-question quiz, you have at least 60 questions in the bank. So you can't go through the course and just memorize the questions, because you're going to get different questions every time you take it. There's another myth that you can game the course by having someone other than the student take and complete the course. IDEC has a policy that's very strict about courses must provide secure and accurate documentation of learner identity. They're required to have evaluations. Again, the course must have a CDEI instructor, and the instructor's credentials must be submitted to IDEC. I wanted to stay within the allotted amount of time, so I was kind of flying there at the end. But if anybody has any questions, I speak with you this morning. And one other thing, as someone who's sat on a board and written regulations and helped write regulations, I know that it's tedious. It can be tedious, time-consuming, and thankless. And reading through your proposed regulations, they look to be extremely well-crafted and thorough. So kudos to you for that. And if you have any questions, I'll certainly entertain them.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley, for that presentation. It was very good. At this time, I will entertain questions from the board. Ms. Point?
Do you know, or can anyone tell me when the AQB will require that all states have online courses? That's coming.
I don't know that the AQB is going to require it.
I would doubt that they would take away someone's ability to interact at a classroom, or I doubt very much that the AQB would move in the direction of saying, because usually delivery and design are not AQB's thing. So the AQB is really only interested in content. As long as the content meets the requirements of CAP, they're thumbs up on it.
But we're never going to be required to do that.
I
would doubt it.
Dr. McCarron?
Mr. Bradley, do you know what courses have the option of having what are called chat rooms, where students can discuss with one another issues that are in the course, or discuss with the instructor things that are in the course?
That varies by provider, and I promised I wasn't going to do a commercial here for my company, but I know that we have those in our courses, where you can post comments and you can interact with the instructor and the other students, and other students post comments back. I know a lot of the distance education providers, and I'm aware of the ones that really do a good job, have chat rooms, message boards, and other methods of, it's one thing for a student to interact with the instructor. I mean, that's a given. I think we can agree. But student-to-student interaction can be just as important in a course, and that's one of the things that providers of distance education courses are working towards, making that easier, making it more real-time, making it more effective.
Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Hall?
Mr. Bradley, I reckon one of my concerns about distance education is I'm a person-to-person. I can see you, I can talk to you, we can have a discussion. my computer skills are not that great, and I'll be the first to admit it. However, if I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and have insomnia, I will go read one of my old appraisal reports, and that will put me to sleep every time. I don't have to, go to the computer, because when I get into it, all of a sudden I hit a snag. Whoops. And okay, I'm gonna post this, and he'll get back with me tomorrow. Considering my advanced age, I forgot what the question was. Now I don't even know the answer. Now I got an answer, but I forgot what the question was. I just feel that there's a disconnect between learning and being face-to-face with people. Now, I realize that you can go to computer, but I was interested in one I didn't see all of them, okay? I did turn around and try to see some of them. But one of them in there, you were talking about, oh gosh, was the question part of it. If you had a question, you could post it, and then they'd get back to you when the instructor woke up. Okay. And then you talked about the fact that if you take these exams, and not open book exams, if I believe that's the correct term, they're not open book exams, but can you go back into the material if you take the exam and you do not pass it? In other words, I took one from the Institute one time, and it said 80 was passing of the test, of the questions, and they'd give me 4 questions.
That's yeah, that's one of those. Yeah.
The way I'm going with this is, okay, so I don't get them all right, but I still can go right back to the book there and read it again, read that area again, and read it again. So, okay, and so I realized, based on what I understood you to tell me, I'm not going to get that same question back again. I'm going to get another question back, probably related to something else along that same line. So how many times do you go through this before they say, wait a minute, you're just not getting this section? Go somewhere else. Go do something else. Or do y'all do that?
Well, the issue of, that was in my presentation. It was one of those things where I'm starting to think I'm running out of time. So I started, remediation is really important in an online class, because in a classroom where we're face-to-face, I can tell you, okay, this is on page 8 in your book, or I can explain it, or whatever the case may be. And you're right. If you're taking an online presentation and you get the question wrong, you need some sort of remediation. And IDEC requires remediation for these courses. Plus, you also have the ability to go back and take the course in review mode. So I go into that quiz. I don't get enough of them right to proceed. Okay, I'm going to have to go back and read the material again and make sure that, yes, okay, now I understand it. Or if I just can't get it, then at that point it's, contact the instructor, or perhaps even go outside and go online, look it up, do a little bit of self-study, look it up. Obviously it's not clicking with me, but yes, there's remediation. There's the instructor feedback, which, although is not immediate, is useful. And if someone takes we do monitor the courses, and again, I can't speak for all providers, but if somebody's been in a course, it's a 30-hour course, and they've been in it for 120 hours, and they're obviously not getting it, okay, someone from our company is going to call them and say, look, you've been in this a long time, do you need help? And to be honest, it's not for everybody. We like for people to have a choice in education. And there are some people that just struggle with, they have to hear it. They have to have a lecture-based presentation. And for those people, if online education isn't for you, if you can't, if you struggle with computers and things like that, then you should be able to go into a classroom and get it in a manner in which you can best receive it.
If this goes forward and we all go to computer for our education, how much longer will the providers be there for face-to-face?
No, again, I think both of them have their place, and I don't think that one is going to supplant the other. I don't see online education completely wiping out classroom education. I hope it doesn't. You know, because of people who want to take it face-to-face. Peer interaction is very important. Again, I taught my first appraisal class in 1992, okay, standing up in front of a room full of appraisers. I think that experience is valuable. So I would certainly hope, and it's certainly not my plan, that allowing appraisers to take qualifying ed online would somehow destroy the classroom education model for appraisers.
Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Stanford, you're recognized, sir.
Could you put back up on the screen the number of states that have, that offer your little map?
For the qualifying education or the continuing education?
I'd like to see
They're right
for
next to each other. I can do either one. Here's qualifying ed.
seven that do not. Okay.
Your cream color, excuse me, your cream colored states or your light green where it says states allow online QE, is that they're allowing 100% online QE?
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh. This is why Emily's here. She's the regulatory expert on the appraisal quota.
Thank you.
The 15-hour use prep in some states is not allowed to be taken online as part of the QE. New Mexico. There are a handful of states like that. I think there are 5.
Other questions, Ms. Point? Okay. Commissioner Stanford?
This information here, is this through the foundation?
This is, our company operates in all 50 states, so we, of course, keep on top of all of the regulatory and legal requirements for education in all the states. So this is our own proprietary look back. You know, in our business, if you don't stay on top of what the states are doing, you find yourself in hot water very quickly.
I was under the assumption that it was Kentucky or North Carolina that did require classroom education or some classroom education for qualifying, and your map doesn't indicate that. So I mean, I may have bad information.
They allow some. They might be one of those states that Emily mentioned that require, for example, USPAP to be taken in a classroom. But they do allow online or distance education for most of the QE.
And that would be within those 5 states that you referenced? Okay.
Does McKissick offer any classroom courses, or are you strictly 100%?
No, we have live classroom offerings and distance education as well. Yes, sir.
Do you offer any of those in Tennessee? Classroom?
We have tried in the past and we have not.
Oh.
In the past we were successful, but not in the last 3 years.
Not in the last 3 years.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Bradley, Ms. Emily, for your time and your presentation. We are getting ready to start the rulemaking hearing portion of this meeting, and I am going to ask Ms. Gamber to give us some instructions, and then I have some ground rules for the hearing itself that I would like to outline once we get into the comment section and moving forward. You're recognized, Ms. Gamber.
Okay, before we do that, do you have any specific questions that you need answered? Because as far as I'm concerned, what I'm going to do is just, once the rulemaking hearing starts, I'm going to get everything on the record that I need to, and then instead of reading the rules in their entirety, since we've seen them several times, I'm just going to do a summary of each rule. and get that on the record for each rule. If you have questions and feel like we need to go to the actual rule itself, we can do that.
Now, you had a question about the, you and I had a conversation, whereas we'll have to take action on each rule as they come forward, either up or down.
Right.
How do you want that to flow? And if there's a comment section about a specific rule that we may not be getting to until later in the document, how do we accommodate both the comment? Or would it be better to have all the comments on the front end and then start the rulemaking, or do the rulemaking, and if there's a comment specific to that rule, then allow for that comment? What do you suggest?
Okay, I suggest that we go through the summary of each rule first to get it on the record without comments at that point.
Okay.
And then once I get, it shouldn't take that long. Once I get through each one of the summaries on those, then whomever signed up on the list back there, only if you signed up on the list can you make a comment, so be sure you've done that if you haven't. At that point, we'll open the floor to comments, and then as each person comes forward, they will just make sure that they state which rule number they're referring to, and then they can make their comment. And at that point, when they finish with their comment, the commission will need to adopt a collective response to that comment at that time, and then we would need also to decide whether or not you want to make any amendments to the rule or pass it through as it is.
Can you give us a demonstration or an example of a collective comment? I mean, if someone just makes a statement, I like that, I don't like that, what would be an example of how we put together a collective comment?
Basically, what you want to do is just listen to the comment being made, and then at that point, you can have discussion amongst yourselves as to the comment, but then you would need to just adopt whether or not you agree with the comment, you don't agree with the comment. If you agree with their comment, does it require some sort of amendment to the rule? So basically, you have to adopt a response to the comment to make sure we're responding to everybody. And then, as a whole, you need to decide if, let's say someone makes a comment that they don't agree with something in the rule, they make the comment, then you decide it's a good comment and you want to amend the rule, then you would need to do that at that time.
There could be a situation where a portion of the members agree with the comment, a portion disagree with the comment, and you can't come up with a collective. Maybe you can come up with a majority, but not a collective.
Right. I'm sorry. I mean, it doesn't have to be collective. I was just,
Okay.
as long as you come up with a response by the commission to each comment to make sure we're responding to each person who speaks, then that's fine. But I have a question.
And Ms. Avers, you're recognized.
I just wanted to make sure I announced that there are additional copies of the rulemaking documents in the back of the room if anyone needs them. They're back there by the coffee cups.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gamber, is there anything else before we start? Okay. I'll outline portions of how the comment sections are going to flow while she's finishing up that. Once we get to the comment section, each person will be allowed 3 minutes to make a comment, and then we will collectively discuss that comment, and we'll allow for one rebuttal question on that once we make a discussion or decision. In reference to trying to move through this in a fashion that's not too time-consuming, I would ask that if the same comment is going to be made multiple times, that maybe there'll be a common spokesman for that comment, and everybody say, I agree, and you can raise your hand or something, just to help kind of constrain the time a little bit, if that's okay.
I have several written comments that were forwarded to me, so I'll have to read those into the record.
Okay, and as those comments come, and if those comments relate to a specific rule, if you will let me know, and I'll recognize you so that you can read that into the record. And if those, and actually, we will, I would ask that those written comments be read into the record first, because we may have individuals here that were the authors of those letters, and so rather than them having to say all of that again, they can say ditto on the letter that Director Avers read into the document. That might help streamline the process.
Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify one more thing, whenever you're responding to the public comments, you need to make the response in the form of a motion and a vote. It doesn't have to be a roll call vote until the very end, when we're gonna adopt all of them. But for each response to the comment, there needs to be a motion and a vote.
Okay. And who has will you verify there on the list as they speak? Is that somebody's job assignment here?
I can take up the list when I get to that
Okay.
point, and then I'll call them off
Okay.
in order that they signed up.
Fair
Mr. Chair,
enough. Yes, sir.
you gave a time for their response. Do you have a time on their rebuttal?
We'll say 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say 1 minute?
1 minute rebuttal.
Okay.
We're going to have a 3-minute comment section.
Yep.
Then the commission
Okay.
can discuss among themselves, and then and we'll allow for a 1 minute rebuttal if necessary.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Hall.
Before we get started on what it might be a lengthy process, I have a question that I need to ask probably a combination of our director and our legal. It's on page 4 of the rules where it says that an application for temporary authorization, $31.25 per 6-month increment. Does that mean they pay $31.25 every 6 months? Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
Correct.
Okay,
It's
so.
not for the temporary practice permits that you're thinking of for like out-of-state applicants.
Yes.
That's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing?
This is for a specific kind of thing where it's for military applicants, for their spouses, or the military applicant themselves if they are deployed to.
Need to make a note then, military only or something
That
on
section,
Is that-
it is.
Is that on there?
It is.
Oh,
It's referenced to the
thank-
section.
Okay, I won't sure, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from this body on the process before we proceed? If not,
For registrations, it's not for licenses or certifications.
Ms. Gamber, you have the floor.
Amy, are you ready to? Okay. This rulemaking hearing is called to order. My name is Keelan Gamber. I serve as staff attorney in the Department of Commerce and Insurance, Division of Regulatory Boards, and serve as attorney for the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission. Would the agency representatives who are present introduce themselves for the record?
Would you start with Dr. McCara to my right, please?
Fred McCara, Johnson City, Tennessee.
Eric Collinsworth, Arrington, Tennessee.
Norman Hall, Brentwood, Tennessee.
Mark Johnstone, Jackson, Tennessee.
Tim Walton, Collierville, Tennessee.
Gary Standifer, Franklin, Tennessee.
Nancy Point, Rogersville, Tennessee.
Randall Thomas, Kingsport, Tennessee.
It is Monday, January 12th, 2015. This rulemaking hearing is taking place pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 45204 in Conference Room 1A of the Davy Crockett Tower, 500 James Robertson Parkway, Nashville, Tennessee. The purpose of this rulemaking hearing is to solicit comments on rules the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission is proposing in order to update certain existing rules relating to topics such as definitions, restrictions on appraiser practice, applications for appraiser license or certificate, qualifications for state licensed appraisers, qualifications for state certified residential appraisers, qualifications for general certification, denial of license or certificate, license and certificate renewal, registered trainees, educational logging, course provider applications, course guidelines, fees, continuing education requirements, reciprocal agreements, and to create other new rules relating to fingerprinting and expedited registration for certain military personnel and spouses. A rule is defined as an agency statement of general applicability that implements or prescribes law or policy or describes the procedures or practice requirements of the agency. Proposed rules are filed with the Office of the Secretary of State, notice is given to the public for comment, and a rulemaking hearing is held. Upon conclusion of the hearing and adoption of the proposed rules, the rules are forwarded to the Attorney General's office for review of legality. If approved, they are filed with the Secretary of State, which is responsible for publication, and the Government Operations Committee of the General Assembly. The rules must stay in the Secretary of State's office for 90 days, the end of which time will be the effective date. And again, just to remind you, those members of the public wishing to speak should sign up at the table at the back of the room. Only those who have signed will be permitted to speak. The notice of rulemaking hearing, including the entire text of the proposed rules, was filed with the Secretary of State and published in its Administrative Register website on November 4th, 2014. Ms. Avers, what additional notice was given to the affected individuals or groups?
It was posted to the state website and sent out via the e-notify system.
As the agency hears public comment on the proposed rules, I, as moderator, reserve the right to limit such comments if they become repetitive. Please limit your comments accordingly. Now I will read the substance of the proposed rules into the record. Okay. Rule 1255-01-.02, definitions, is amended by adding the definition of good standing, which means a person has not been subject to any disciplinary action within any jurisdiction within the last 3 years that affects the appraiser's legal eligibility to engage in appraisal practice. Proposed Rule 1255-01-.03, restrictions on appraiser practice, is amended by adding language to the meaning of transaction value, stating that for non-federally related transaction appraisals, transaction value shall mean market value. Further, classification of transaction value shall include the appraisal of vacant or unimproved land utilized for 1 to 4 residential units, but does not include appraisal of subdivisions for which a development analysis is necessary. Rule 1255-01-.04, application for appraiser license or certificate, is amended by adding language making it a requirement for all new applicants for a real property appraiser credential to undergo a state and national background check, along with submitting fingerprints for submission to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and/or any governmental agency or entity authorized to perform such checks. In addition, 1255-01-.04 is amended by adding the term trainee to the application for licensure section. This section is also amended by adding fees for applications for temporary authorization of a credential. Rule 1255-01-.05, qualifications for state licensed appraisers, is amended by adding language laying out the general education requirements for those applicants. Currently, the law states that a high school diploma is sufficient for a real estate appraiser license. This proposed rule would allow for more advanced education requirements. In addition, the proposed rule adds language making the Appraisal Foundation or its boards an educational provider by which an applicant may obtain credit for the qualifying education requirement. This proposed rule adds language to the experience section stating that separate appraisal logs shall be maintained for each supervisory appraiser if applicable. These education changes are necessary to maintain the Commission's compliance with the most recent appraiser qualifications issued by the Appraisal Qualifications Board. Licensed appraisers are required to meet these requirements under TCA 6239-303-2. The proposed rule removes language that if a registered trainee who has passed the licensure examination fails to meet any other requirements prior to expiration, the trainee may reapply for licensure and retake the examination. The proposed rule also removes language regarding completion of education, experience, and/or requirements for licensure before January 1st, 2008. Rule 1255-01-.07 makes it a requirement for applicants applying for a state-certified residential appraiser certification to have at least a bachelor's degree or higher. Current law provides for an associate's degree. These education changes are necessary to maintain the Commission's compliance with the most recent appraiser qualifications issued by the Appraisal Qualifications Board. Licensed appraisers are required to meet these requirements under TCA 6239-312A. The proposed rule adds language regarding foreign education, which will be evaluated for equivalency. The proposed rule removes language that if a registered trainee who has passed the licensure examination fails to meet any other requirements prior to expiration, the trainee may reapply for licensure and retake the examination. The proposed rule also removes language regarding completion of education, experience, and/or requirements for licensure before January 1st, 2008. Rule 1255-01-.08, qualifications for general certification, is amended by deleting the text in lieu of a degree, minimum of 30 college semesters in specific coursework. In addition, the proposed rule adds language making the Appraisal Foundation or its boards an educational provider by which an applicant may obtain credit for the qualifying education requirement. The proposed rule adds language regarding foreign education, which will be evaluated for equivalency. This proposed rule adds language stating that separate appraisal logs shall be maintained for each supervisory appraisal, if applicable. The proposed rule also removes language regarding completion of education, experience, and/or requirements for licensure before January 1st, 2008. The proposed rule also adds education requirements for an applicant applying for state certified appraiser certification who holds a current state licensed appraiser credential. The proposed rule also adds education requirements for an applicant applying for a state certified general appraiser certification who holds a current state certified residential appraiser credential. Rule 1255-01-.09, denial of a license or certificate is amended by adding new subsections that lay out criteria by which the Commission may deny an application for registration, license, or certification based on the background check information of the applicant. Existing paragraphs are renumbered appropriately. Rule 1255-01-.11, license and certificate renewal is amended by making it possible to obtain renewal of a license by making application not earlier than 120 days, but prior to the expiration of the license held. Current law provided that renewal application must have been made no later than 30 days prior to expiration of existing license. Rule 1255-01-.12, registered trainee is amended by adding language to the application section stating that on or after January 1st, 2015, registered trainees shall be required to complete a 7-hour course which is specifically oriented to the requirements and responsibilities of supervisory appraisers and trainee appraisers prior to application. This proposed rule also amends supervising appraisers for registered trainees by adding language stating that supervisory appraisers shall be state certified and in good standing in the jurisdiction in which the trainee appraiser practices for a period of at least 3 years. Good standing is defined in the proposed rule 1255-01-.02. Rule 1255-01-.16 lays out a new rule regarding the requirements for fingerprinting new applicants for registration, license, or certification for the purpose of obtaining a criminal background check pursuant to TCA 6239-102. Rule 1255-02-.01, education logging is amended by deleting language stating the log shall be certified by applicant and authenticated by signature. Rule 1255-02-.03, course provider applications is amended by adding the Appraisal Foundation or its boards as a provider. Rule 1255-02-.04, course guidelines is amended by adding distance education to its definitions, stating that distance education means the educational process in which instruction does not take place in a traditional classroom setting, but rather through other media or non-conventional methods by which teacher and student are separated by distance and sometimes by time, and the course provides interaction. This proposed rule also provides that interaction means a reciprocal exchange where the student has verbal or written communication with the instructor. This proposed rule also adds courses given via internet or distance education to those that can make up 100% of the total requirement for education and shall meet the requirements of continuing and qualifying education. Current rules provided that distance education could only make up a portion of the total requirement for education and can only count toward continuing education rather than both continuing and qualifying education. Rule 1255-02-.13, fees is amended by changing the language stating that no late renewals or course approval will be granted if over 3 months have passed since expiration to if over 6 months have passed since expiration. Rule 1255-04-.01, continuing education requirements is amended by adding language by which the Commission may grant credit for educational offerings for the purpose of continuing education to include developing opinions of real property value and appraisals that also include personal property and or business value, seller concession and impact on value, and or energy efficient items and green building appraisals. Rule 1255-06-.01, reciprocal agreements is amended by adding language making requirements for a reciprocal license more clear. Rule 1255-06-.02, temporary practice permits is amended by adding the word registration to be included with licensure and certification. And Rule 1255-06-.03, this proposed rule adds a new section for the expedited licensure for certain military personnel and spouses. Okay. At this time, I guess we need, hey Dennis, will you grab that list from the back? At this time, we can start taking comments as soon as I get the list.
I have one question, Ms.
Okay.
Mayor. and maybe I missed it, as I was going, the last one under reciprocity, you had 1255 6-01, and then we go to 1255 6-03, but you talked about 02, and I didn't see that in our
We
document.
didn't have that on our
Right.
documentation.
02 is not on our document. Page 32, at the top, we're under 6.01, and at the bottom, we go to 6.03.
Hold
And
on
you
one
mentioned
second.
6.02.
Hold on one second. Sorry. That's what they're saying.
Commission, if you need to take a break,
Okay,
you
no,
can
we're
take
good.
your
I
personal
apologize.
liberty.
That's my fault.
but-
That shouldn't have been in the summary. That's one that we took out because it was addressed in other rule sections.
Okay.
So that's my fault. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. All right, continue.
Okay, let's see. Are you guys ready to proceed with the public comments, or?
No, well, what I want to do is we'll start with, which you're driving the boat right now, so if you want to go over the very first one, and as you, before we go into public comments, I'll ask Ms. Avers, do we have any letters referencing that particular rule? And if we do, then I'll ask her to read those into the record.
Was
So-
one
So let's-
emailed comment on good standing.
So we're on 125501 -02, good standing. So, can you read your,
All right. The email came from Chip Bain on November 13th. It says, "Hello, this is Thomas Bain Jr. I have a question concerning a proposed rule 125501 2, number 9. It is in regards to the definition of good standing. I'm looking for clarification to this new rule if possible. It states, good standing means a person has not been subject to any disciplinary action within any jurisdiction within the last 3 years that affects the appraiser legal ability to engage in appraisal practice. An appraiser subject to a disciplinary action would be considered to be in good standing 3 years after successful completion, termination of the sanction imposed against the appraiser. What exactly does this mean? 1. If an appraiser is given any sanction, then the appraiser would not be considered in good standing until the sanction is over. In other words, does this mean if an appraiser is not allowed to do appraisals for a certain amount of time, suspended for example, it would be 3 years before considered in good standing? 2, does it mean that an appraiser who has a consent order would not be considered in good standing until 3 years after the consent order requirements have been met? Thank you for your time and clarification.
thank you for that. That's, Ms. Baird, Mr. Gamber, excuse me. When the good standing comes into play, is that, I guess my first question is in reference to reciprocal and license or temporary practice permits. Does the good standing come into play from a practicing appraiser who is actually licensed within the state? Because when we censure and have some type of disciplinary things here, they're still able to work. It's just that if they try to go get a temporary practice or reciprocal license, when they have to provide a letter of good standing, they would not be able to get that letter at that time. Is that, can you?
We would still issue quote-unquote letters of good standing. However, disciplinary actions are noted on those letters of good standing. The real question becomes, if they apply to become a supervisor, if they have restrictions to practice within that 3-year period, then they would be ineligible to be a supervisor. So if they were suspended or had a restriction on their practice, say they were in probation and the probation included that they were not allowed to supervise trainees for a year. Well, according to the definition and according to the AQB requirements, if you had a restriction on your license, you can't supervise a trainee for 3 years after that restriction ends.
That's basically a 4-year prohibition in that case. But this is not something, this is coming from the AQB.
Well, the AQB's requirement is the restriction. How the board imposes discipline will be something you all will have to determine moving forward. So you may have to weigh that in disciplinary sanctions moving forward, knowing that if someone's going to be a supervisor, possibly know that it has a 3-year ramification. That only affects things that restrict practice, like education and civil penalties do not restrict your practice. But if it's something that does restrict your practice, a downgrade would restrict your practice, a suspension restricts your practice, obviously a revocation does. But that's the only one that could pop into my mind. An ability to supervise trainees is the only other one I could think of right off the top of my head.
If I understand what you're saying, if an appraiser that they take course ABC or A and B or whatever the case may be, and they agree to this, then they're still an appraiser in good standing.
Oh, yes. That is not something that would affect their good standing.
Even if a fine is still does not affect them, they're still in good standing.
They're still in good standing according to this definition.
What we're talking about is revocation, suspension, or a downgrade in licensing.
Or something that you impose that would restrict their practice, such as an inability to be a supervisor, or some other type of thing where they can't do something.
So in reference to, in meeting with Ms. Gamber's requirement of co-opting a response from the board in reference to this question, what would be an example for this?
Well, I mean, you would either need to say whether or not, I mean, you can, any kind of response, it's really up to you. If there's something in there in the comment that was made that you disagree with, then say that. Or
is duly noted a good enough response?
It's perfectly fine. If you just want to make the public aware that you've heard the comment and taken it into consideration, that's a proper motion.
I think the question was a good question, and I think Ms. Avers has outlined it pretty clearly in terms of how it impacts the individual, whether it's a suspension, revocation, restriction of practice, downgrade, or supervisory. And I think as long as we are mindful of that, as these things come forward, it's not going to impact the majority of the legal complaints that we hear.
I do think if a person took time to write us and ask us a question, then we should respond.
I will respond to the app.
So that they will know that what help to answer that question for them.
I will respond to each of the people that
So
wrote in.
would an appropriate response back to this gentleman, Mr. Bain, be that the commission heard the comment, discussed the comment, and appreciates it, and will take it into consideration when it impacts a future licensee? Have you got a?
No, I disagree with that, but simply because we're not answering the question.
Well, then,
I think we need to let him know that a person, that if they are given a disciplinary action such as take additional courses or fine, they're still an appraiser in good standing. They would not be an appraiser in good standing if they have a suspension, revocation, downgrade, or something of this nature. I'm sorry, I just think we need to spell it out.
Is that a motion?
if it has to be.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hall to specifically state what would constitute not good standing, which was revocation, suspension, downgrading, what was the other?
Inability to
Inability.
supervise.
Inability to supervise. Anything aside from that would not constitute being, anything aside from that, whether it was a censure, a penalty, civil penalty, or any other type of disciplinary action would not prohibit you from being in good standing.
Is that correct?
That is a proper motion, yes.
Okay.
That's the, okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Walls. Any discussion?
That's an acknowledgement in writing, am I correct?
That is
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
And Ms. Gamber will be the one providing that response to Mr. Bain. Or Ms. Avers, I
Ms.
don't,
Avers, one of the
the administration will provide that response. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is there any other written documentation in reference to this particular rule, Ms. Avers? Okay, at this time, I'll open it up to the floor for anyone who has a comment on this particular rule. Okay, I see no hands, so you may continue the next rule, Ms. Gamber.
If we're gonna go in order like this, it would probably be best if after you get to the conclusion of all the comments for a certain rule, you make another motion whether or not you want to amend it or adopt it as is.
Okay. So we're through the comment portions for Rule 1255-01.02. And do we want to, what was that question again? Amend or adopt?
Right, based on
The comments.
based on the comments, your responses, all of that. You just need to make a motion whether you would like to amend the language on this particular rule or if you want to adopt it as is.
Would we like to make a motion to amend or adopt as is based on the discussion of the comments?
Make a motion we adopt as is.
Have a motion to adopt as
Second.
is. Commissioner Walton, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Gamber, you have the floor.
I guess my question is, since we're kind of going in order of rule, would it make more sense to just call each rule and ask if someone has specific comments on that rule rather than me going in order down this list? Because
Yeah,
this is going to confuse
I know,
what
I
you guys
think,
are
I
doing.
think we follow the order
Of the rule.
of the rules.
Okay.
If there is one that Ms. Avers has a written comment
Okay.
on, she can read it in and we can deal with it. If she does not have one, then I can ask, is there an oral comment to be made? And if not, then we can vote it up or down and move on.
Got it.
Do you think that's gonna facilitate
I
this?
think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on to Rule 1255-01-.03. Do we have any written comments on that rule?
No.
Written comments. Is there any oral or verbal comments on that rule? None noted, Ms. Gamber. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve as presented.
Moved.
Commissioner McCara made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Collinsworth, any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved. You may continue, Ms. Gamber.
Okay, Rule 1255-01-.04. Are there written comments on this rule?
No.
Written comments on 1255-01-04. Are there any verbal or oral comments? If not, there are none, Ms. Gamber. At this point in time, I would entertain a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Commissioner Standiford make a motion to approve, and it's seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion approved. Next. 1255-01-05.
Sorry, I'm trying to unclip mine. Yes, 1255-01-.05. Are there written comments on this rule?
There are none.
No written comments. Are there any verbal comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval as presented.
So move.
Commissioner
Second.
Thomas,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Standiford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Rule approved.
A Rule 1255-01-.07. Are there written comments on this proposed rule?
There are none.
No written comments on 1255-01-07. Are there any oral comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion to approve as presented. Commissioner Standiford, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner McCara, any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Rule approved.
Rule 1255-01-.08. Are there written comments to this rule?
There are none.
No written comments to 1-08. Are there any oral comments? If not, I'll accept a motion for approval as presented.
So moved.
Commissioner Walton has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Point. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Rule approved. You may continue, Ms. Gamber.
1255-01-.09. Are there written comments to this rule?
No, there are not.
There are no written comments to 1-09. Are there any verbal comments? None noted. Entertain a motion for approval as presented.
So moved.
Commissioner Walton,
I'll second.
seconded by Commissioner Collinsworth. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The rule is approved. Next.
Rule 1255-01-.11. Are there written comments to this rule?
No, there are not.
There are no written comments for 1-11. Are there any oral comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval as presented.
So moved.
Commissioner Collinsworth, motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next. It's approved.
Rule 1255-01-.12. Are there written comments to this rule?
There are not written comments.
There are no written comments for 1-12. Are there any oral comments?
Yes.
Okay.
This morning, I was talking to the policy managers, and they noted that the examination section contained an error, which I thought we had taken out previously, but apparently we did not. B, C, and D should be removed because the trainees cannot take the examination before their experience is completed.
Number
I'm
five,
sorry,
is that
page
correct?
19
Yeah,
on
number
the rules.
Page
That would be 19. I should say 19 down at the bottom of the rules.
There 94.
Yeah,
Which?
it's the examination section. It's Rule
Aye.
1255-01-12, number 5.
You said B, C, and D?
B, C, and D, and then letter E.
B, C, D, and E.
And, well, on E, it should say their application for license or certificate, not registration. There's an error in there.
What line is that? Oh, that would
The
be
first
line
line.
2. Line 2 of section E.
Yes.
Near the end, it said application for registration.
Yeah, they're already registered.
So
Once
what-
a trainee, registered trainee has completed all of the qualifying education and experience, then the trainee may submit his or her application for license or certificate.
Okay, so that should say license or certificate. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you would like, based on that comment, that we, 12, I understand that. I'm trying to find the guiding rule here. Okay, that would be Rule 12. The revision would be under Rule 1255-01-12, Section 5 would be to strike items B, C, and D, and amend Section E by striking the term registration on line 2 and substituting licensing or certification.
License or certificate.
License or certificate. Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Do we have I'd entertain a motion for that. If
So
someone,
moved.
that motion's made
Can we,
by,
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt. Can we just hold on for just 1 second? I'm trying to wrap my mind around what's being requested here.
stand at ease. Look it up, Robert's Rules.
All right, we might need to just take a brief break for a second to make sure that this is appropriate.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a 5-minute recess, which we know will morph into 10, so please come back in 5. Okay, we'll come back in session, come back in order. The item that we're currently working on, that we took a quick break for Ms. Gamber to take a look at, the commissioner has asked that we give him an hour to take a look at that. So we're going to continue on, and he's going to come back with his recommendation sometime later in this hearing. So if you would continue, Ms. Gamber.
Okay, we're gonna skip to Rule 1255-01-.16. Are there written comments to this rule?
No.
Yes, sir, there are no written comments. Are there any verbal or oral comments for this one? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval as presented.
So moved.
Commissioner Hall has moved.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Collinsworth. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, approved.
Okay, we're on to Rule 1255-02-.01. Are there written comments to this rule?
No, there were not.
There are no written comments. Are there any verbal comments to this one? If not, I'll entertain a motion as presented. Commissioner
Second.
Thomas moved and seconded by Commissioner Standiford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Rule approved. Next.
1255-02-.03. Are there written comments to this rule?
No.
There are no 03. 1255-02-03. There are no written. Are there any oral comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion as presented for
So
approval.
moved.
Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner
Second.
Walton. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved. Next.
Bill 1255-02-.04. Are there written comments to this rule?
Yes, I believe this is the section that we begin on the distance education.
Okay, would you please read the comments? We'll take them one at a time, or?
First comment letter I have is from Todd Flanders. Is he present? Okay. It was received December 19th. It reads, "Dear Commissioners, I'm writing to express my concern over proposed rule to allow 100% online education for both qualifying and continuing education. In my path to my MAI designation, there has been no substitute for the student-teacher interaction. The classroom setting provides an opportunity for students to interact with their instructors and network with their fellow students. I have discussed not only the class subject matter with my instructors, but also ways in which the subject matter could be improved and or applied to my daily work product. Numerous times, their daily war stories have helped me solve a problem I have encountered on my assignments. In my years of classroom study, I have also found several instructors that fit my learning style and have strived to take my classes from those instructors. Additionally, by networking with my fellow students, I have made many contacts throughout the country, giving me the ability to share data, discuss appraisal problems, issues, etc. If classes are relegated to online only, these abilities will be taken away from me and from future potential MAI candidates. I have taken several online courses for my continuing education, and I have found the content of these courses to be lacking and subpar relative to classroom setting. The problems quizzes are generally easily solved, and as opposed to a classroom setting, these problems cannot be expanded upon or presented in another manner as regularly demonstrated by classroom instructors. Should I have a question during an online class, there is no student-teacher interaction. I must go back through the course material to simply find the answer and move forward. Whereas in a classroom, the instructor can help me guide me to answering my own question via their own thought-provoking questions and insights. Additionally, my other concern is with this potential move to 100% online education is the possible dilution of the educational process for MAI candidacy. I do not see where online presentation of advanced income capitalization or advanced applications can be a substitute for a classroom. I know I had several issues through both of those courses, and I was able to utilize both my instructors and classmates to solve those issues via an open forum discussion, something not possible online. To me, these upper level courses necessitate a teacher-student interaction. I have gained a wealth of appraisal insight based on these discussions alone. If this interaction is taken away, I feel the future students will not be exposed to the wealth of real-world knowledge possessed by the AI instructors. I'm sure many of you have taken online courses, I'm sure you are aware of the speed at which you can cruise through these seminars with no real retention of what was presented. If these future MAI candidates exposed to 100% online education, I feel their work product may likely be diluted. This diluted work product could lead to mistrust by lenders, clients, increased complaints, increased disciplinary hearings, actions, etc. I urge you not to approve this 100% online education. I truly feel I'm a better appraiser for having been exposed to the classroom setting and the knowledge and experience of my instructors and decisions. Thank you, Todd R. Flanders, MAI.
Thank you for that. I had, and I'm assuming, I do not know that the rest of the commissioners, well, no, it would have come in the packet. We've got several letters relating to this particular topic. And so in trying to craft a response for each one of those letters, when they're very similar in content, I'm trying to think procedurally what would be better here, Ms. Gamber, to hear all of them, because I mean most of them were against. So do we want to craft a statement for Mr. Flanders, and then another one for a subsequent?
Correct.
We do? Okay.
Well,
But we haven't heard, I know there's gonna be oral comments regarding this, so you know, how can we come to a consensus till we've heard everybody? Because you may say, okay, I like what you're saying, and then you may change your mind later. So
Was the intent to read all of the letters pertaining to this particular topic at this point in time?
Right, the
I
intent
think so,
is,
because it needs to be into the record to show that we gave them proper.
have to read each of the written comments
I would just
separately
I'm
into
sorry.
the record, and then you have to respond to each one of those written comments separately.
You can,
Can we not hear all of them before we start responding individually?
Because-
We might have the same response for each one.
And as
Yeah.
long as you make a response to each one of
Okay.
the comments.
Because I'm thinking once this body comes up with some type of decision as to what we're going to do, then that response can be stated orally to the members here and then sent out in a letter form to them. Because I don't think it would be, we're not gonna have different comments for each one, I wouldn't think.
As
You're
long
either
as,
gonna,
as long as you're responding to each comment that's read into the record separately.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if it's the same response to each
Okay.
one of those, as long as each
I think
person
then,
is being
I think it would
responded to.
behoove us to just read each one of these letters then. Can you,
Well, can we just go ahead and say, you know, your concerns are duly noted and move on to the next one?
You
And
can-
then we can have discussion once we've,
this Mr. Flanders, he's against online education. Did it say continuing and qualifying?
yes,
It was
it did.
both? Okay, okay, all right. Okay, so he's both, all right. Next.
The next letter comes from a Stephen R. Gallion. Is he here? He is present. Do you want to read your own letter? All right. Thank you. It's fine. Just giving him a hard time. It's dated January 7th. It was addressed to Mr. Collinsworth in this letter. I think it was probably sent to everyone, though. It says, I hope you are doing well and had a great holiday seasons. It has come to my attention there is to be an item considered at the January 12, 2015 meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Appraisal Commission that is somewhat concerning to me. It is my understanding that the Commission will consider permitting 100% of qualifying and continuing education to be taken in an online format. I find the reduction or elimination of required in-person education to be somewhat concerning for several reasons. One of the great benefits that comes from attending an in-person educational offering is the ability to not only personally pose questions to the instructor, but to hear the questions that are asked by other students. Frequently, there is discussion that arises from these questions that is of benefit to all the students as well. On many occasions, I have been in a classroom and simply listened to the discussions regarding a concern or question of one of the other students and have found great personal benefit. This was particularly true when I was a younger appraiser new to the business. I think there is also a lot to be said for the one-on-one interaction between the student and the instructor or the student and student. Simply engaging the instructor or other students in conversation on breaks or before or after class can be very enlightening and beneficial. For those looking to enter the profession, contacts can be made that might lead to positions in appraisal firms. Some of the earliest advice I received on how to enter the profession and get a job with an appraisal company came from an instructor during a break at the first class I attended in 1991. For those already in the profession, it can be a great time to get advice on a specific appraisal problem or issue, or simply running an appraisal company. I do understand that the benefit of online education can be that it permits a student to work at their own pace. It is my belief that this can also be seen as a detriment. There is value in focusing on a subject for a day or a week at a time. In the appraisal business, we rarely have the luxury of working at our own pace. Finally, the increased scrutiny that appraisers are coming under in today's market makes it vital that we do everything that we can to prepare those who are entering the profession, as well as to ensure a continued high level of competency and professionalism amongst practicing appraisal professionals. It is my feeling that this is best accomplished in a classroom setting. Given the number of poor appraisers in the current market, we need to be raising the bar as far as quality of education and not taking steps that might be reviewed as compromising that goal. I realize that online education is convenient and can be more cost-effective for the student who might have to travel, and perhaps it has its place in some capacity. I also realize that many of our neighboring states have taken the step that you are considering. However, I would like to see our state be a leader when it comes to producing competent professional real estate appraisers and not simply following our neighbors down a path that we might regret in the future. Thank you so much for taking time to consider this matter. I also greatly appreciate your willingness to serve on the Appraisal Commission. I realize that it must be quite a commitment of time and effort. Best regards, Stephen R. Gallion, sorry, I wasn't sure.
Thank you, Ms. Favors. Mr. Gallion, would you like to comment in reference to that letter, or does that sum it up pretty good? Thank you for your attendance today and for that comment. Okay, next.
December 19th, 2014, a letter addressed to Dr. McCara. Treek rulemaking hearing regarding online education. Dear Dr. McCara.
Can you please state who that's from?
It's from Weston A. Woodford, MAI.
And is Mr. Woodford here?
I am.
Okay.
Would you like to read your own letter?
I will do whatever you prefer.
You may. Come on up.
Okay, this,
Just make sure
Sit
you
down, sir.
Sit down there,
Sit-
all right.
sit
just
right
make
here.
sure you state your name again and which rule you're referring to for the record. Thank you.
1255-0204, I believe is correct, right?
Yes.
All right. My name is Weston Woodford. I'm a certified general appraiser in the state, and I'm addressing Rule 1255-0204. This is a letter that I did send to each of you previously, but I would like to read it for the record. I'm writing to share my concerns with the proposed rule regarding online education for qualifying and continuing education. The proposal to allow 100% online education for professional real estate appraisers for both qualifying and continuing education troubles me greatly. There is no substitute for a live instructor when it comes to education. During my career, I have attended classroom education and have taken online classes, and can say that my retention was considerably stronger in the classroom than in the online setting. While I understand the convenience and cost savings of online education, the risks associated with the reduction in quality, in my opinion, far outweigh the potential gains for the appraiser. It further concerns me that this reduction in education quality will lead to a reduction in appraisal report quality and more disciplinary action against appraisers who simply would not have the educational foundation that a classroom setting would have provided. Additionally, it concerns me that the quality of the trainee pool would be diluted if this educational alternative is available. While the online education alternative may appear to be a reduction to the barriers of entry to the profession, I see it in the opposite light. In other words, I would be apprehensive about hiring and sponsoring a trainee who had gained their education only through online sources. Finally, as many appraisers operate as sole practitioners, the benefit of networking with other professionals is lost in the online format. I have gained valuable insights from instructors and other class attendees that have proven to be tangible benefits that have made my appraisal reports stronger than they would have been otherwise. And should a new appraiser gain his or her education online, these relationships would be lost. I thank you for your time and wish you and yours a joyous holiday season. In the past tense. I will say also that if it's okay to continue, I didn't see anything in the rule about disciplinary education. Does this cover disciplinary education as well? if you, like in a earlier setting, you approved 2 15-hour courses, will those courses have to be taken in a classroom, or would they be online? I just didn't see that in the rule, didn't know if that was what was allowed currently, and
Currently both, or currently either option is allowed. Thank you for that. Thank you for your time, and thank you for coming in this morning.
opportunity.
Well done.
Any more?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. A letter from December 23rd from Stephen Goodpasture. I think he is here.
Pastor, would you like to read yours, or would you want Ms. Savers to read it? Either way,
You don't have to. You can wing it, too.
Oh, I've got a copy, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
state your name for the record.
My name's Stephen Goodpasture. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. And it's good to see you all this morning. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here, me to be here. I'll read this letter as best I can. Regarding qualifying education and continuing education requirements. Dear Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission member, I understand that your upcoming meeting of January 12, 2015 will include consideration of changes relative to qualifying and continuing education requirements. And I go on to cite the current rules. I believe that the current framework, which begins an appraiser's career in the classroom, is a prudent path which facilitates learning and also fosters interaction and association among individuals. Lessening the in-class qualifying education requirement would likely be a detriment to the overall quality of appraisers trained in the state of Tennessee. While technology is leveraging online experiences and learning, the overall interaction among online attendees is inferior to that found in the in-person classroom environment. Perhaps in the future, if we could have holograms, that's not my letter, but that's in my mind today, where real-time synchronous learning can happen. All qualifying education online would be prudent. However, current technology lacks the complete interpersonal communication characteristics I believe are supportive of professional practice and appraiser development. As for continuing education, I feel that the current mix of 50% in-class and 50% online is reasonable. However, expansion to 100% online could also be seen as fitting, assuming practicing appraisers have had the benefit of building relationships with peers in prior in-class courses. Generally, I feel that requiring a mix of in-class and online continuing education is best for the profession. I'm now in my 6th year of professional practice. My qualifying education was taken in person under Mr. Leslie Sellers and Mr. Jim Atwood. I remain friends with and am advised by both men to this date. Without my in-the-seat experience, I would likely not have developed such strong relationships with these men who I consider to be rather exceptional appraisers in the state. I urge you to retain the current requirements for qualifying education as is. The benefits to the individual and to the profession far outweigh any argument of a convenience or inconvenience factor. To bring about true professionals in the field, it is imperative for the state to require qualifying education be in a classroom setting. While surrounding states may have enacted all online provisions, the great state of Tennessee need not immediately follow suit. And as a result of those actions, possible diminution of appraiser quality are not yet reckoned. Thank you for considering these points and for your work on behalf of Tennessee's appraisers. Sitting here and being here this morning and listening to the discourse, it reminded me of the opportunities that have come up through in-class coursework, where I know Mr. Hall had mentioned his feelings with technology. And when there's a break and education's ongoing, it's really easy for someone who might have that experience to share that with them in a very short period of time. Maybe it's, oh, click here, that's how you get to oh, okay, great, and gets them over the hump so that we can continue learning together. Something else that I think we wouldn't benefit from, or we wouldn't have the benefit of, is seeing each other and seeing what professionals look like around the room. You know, you go to a class and you say, oh, that guy's an A player, I want to be like that guy. That elevates the profession, and you won't have that otherwise. And then when you get to help people, you get to build a relationship with them beyond just a handshake or seeing them in the hallway, to where if I have a question, I can call that person because I can rely upon their professionalism. They've exhibited it to me in the real world, so therefore we can build a relationship. And down the road, I might have a mentor, I might be a mentee, and then down the road, I'll learn to pass that along. It builds the fabric of the profession across the state, and that's what I hope our overall aim is to be. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your time driving in today and for the letter and for your comments, Mr. Goodpasture.
Well
Mr.
said.
Goodpasture, you submitted that letter twice, did you not? Back in September 23rd and then again in December 23rd?
There was a letter, yes, back in the day, and then we had the hearing was delayed, I believe. And then I made a few edits and revisions, whatnot, and made some changes and resubmitted. But yes, sir, you'll probably have 2 letters from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ari Carlson. Okay.
Is Ms. Carlson here? Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Avers.
January 7th, 2015. It was addressed to the entire commission and myself. It reads, proposed changes to qualifying and continuing education, internet education, distance education. Dear Mr. Johnstone, Mr. Walton, Mr. Hall, Mr. Collinsworth, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Standiford, Ms. Point, Mr. McCara, Mr. Thomas, and Ms. Avers. May I express my opposition to the proposed changes which would permit up to 100% of continuing and qualifying education to be fulfilled through internet education, distance education, as opposed to classroom education. I appreciate the convenience and accessibility which internet education and distance education affords for continuing education of designated members. However, qualifying education, a student does not benefit from interaction between the instructor, fellow classmates, and peers. When an appraiser is initially exposed to fundamental appraisal principles, procedures, and analysis in qualifying education, the classroom presentations and case study groups encourage questions which allow an appraiser to understand the content in the context of being a practicing appraiser. A classroom setting brings together appraisers of varying levels of education and experience, allowing questioning, discussion, and immediate feedback. It facilitates learning which method of analysis is applicable, appropriate, or necessary to implement during the appraisal process. A classroom setting also benefits experienced appraisers in new or refresher continuing education classes through case study exchanges. Further, the current quality of the educational experience assists each of the members of our professional community to maintain the highest levels of competency. A solitary internet experience will rarely stimulate the thought processes created in a conventional classroom environment. Respectfully, Mari M. Carlson, MAI, AI, GRS, Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser, 25.
Thank you for that, Ms. Avers. We appreciate Ms. Carlson for taking time to write that letter. I think the next one's Mr. Garrison. I think he is here. Ms. Garrison, would you like to read your letter for us?
Yeah, you'd have better eyes than I have.
Thank you for coming today, Mr. Garrison.
My name is Rex Garrison. My office is in Gray, Tennessee, in the Tri-Cities. First, I want to thank you for your service on the Appraisal Commission. I know it is very time-consuming and can be a difficult position at times. The reason for the email is to request that you consider voting down any changes to the online education policy. Any change to the existing policy could be detrimental to our profession for many reasons. In how our profession is designed, we appraisers are islands by nature. What I mean by this is unless we are in a classroom setting, we rarely get around other appraisers to discuss ways of improving our skills. I'd like to elaborate on that. You and I both know there will be appraisers that will do the bare minimum, and if we approve 100% CE, 100% qualifying ed, they won't get out of their office, get around other appraisers. My question is, how does this protect the public? And I want you to consider that. Classroom setting allows students to interact with one another and share experiences that cannot be duplicated online. I've taken a couple of online continuing education classes, and in my experience, no matter how well the class is developed, it did not offer the interaction with other students and the instructor, which did not make it rewarding being in the classroom. In essence, it seemed to me that I was just serving my time for continuing education hours. So why would we want to water down the education process? In addition, it is my understanding the Commission is considering allowing qualifying education to be taken online. I'm very disappointed that this is being considered. To protect the integrity of this profession, I ask you to turn this down. I recognize other states are allowing online qualifying education. However, this by no means is an excuse for Tennessee to follow suit. I've talked with college professors about online education, how online education has changed college classes. They say there are numerous studies that indicate online classes do not offer as good of learning experience as being in the classroom. Online classes do not afford trainees the opportunity to hear questions and comments from fellow trainees, as well as real-life stories that are typically shared by the instructor. With this in mind, as a business owner, I would not hire a trainee that has taken only online education, as they will not be equipped with the necessary skill set to be an acceptable hire. In conclusion, I ask you to protect the integrity of our profession and not make any changes to the existing online education policy. Thank you for your time to read my thoughts on this matter, and I trust you will make the right decision.
Thank you for that comment and your time, Mr. Garrison.
Next comment letter is from Todd Rogers.
Mr. Rogers here. Would you like to read your letter?
Have a copy? I can give it to you if you don't.
Okay, I apologize in advance for having to read these because there's so many, but is that what I need to do?
You can either read it or you can summarize it. It's your call.
Mr. Rogers, can you please state your name and where you're from?
Todd Rogers from here in Nashville.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully all of you got the comments that I had sent. And I had prepared some other comments today, so I think I'm just going to try it, hopefully assume that you guys have read some or all of the comments and try to focus on the other stuff. But and some of the points have already been, of course, discussed, quite a number of them. One of the things I said, number 5, was that
if students are allowed to take 100% of qualifying or continuing education, there's a very real possibility that local education providers, such as Chapter 32 of the International Right-of-Way Association and the Greater Tennessee Chapter of the Appraisal Institute, will ultimately not be able to justify offering courses and seminars locally anymore. And I'm going to switch over to my other notes. I've been involved with education for both organizations, and for the classroom education, attendance is critical, obviously. You have to plan these classes well in advance. Typically, you try to bring in the best and most experienced instructors. You have to have adequate venues that are comfortable. But the great thing about these organizations, these are nonprofit organizations that are run by volunteers. And historically, there's been a really strong commitment to servicing the industry and even putting on classes that are projected to even just break even or possibly even lose money or have the risk of losing money. So that's what's been so vital to the profession, is that the local chapters have put the interests of the profession ahead of profit motive. So that being said, with the attendance being so critical, if the proposed rule changes are implemented to allow 100% of online education, there's inevitably going to be a shift toward online education as far as attendance goes. And my concern is that the feasibility of doing classroom education is going to erode, and eventually the only choice may be online education. And to the large number of appraisers in the state of Tennessee that prefer classroom education and feel like it's extremely beneficial for a lot of the reasons that have already been discussed, I think it would be a great disservice to those appraisers. So I think I think we need to do everything we can to make sure that we're not sacrificing education quality and interaction for the sake of cost and convenience. The fact that appraisers have the opportunity to take both qualifying and continuing education programs in classroom settings across our state is a tremendous benefit to our profession. In fact, all of the courses required for state licensing and certification will have been offered locally in classrooms starting this past June and running through this June. Now, if the proposed changes are made, I cannot envision that being possible under the new proposed rules. So basically, I think this requires an important decision to be made, whether to support either the local appraisal chapters that have been providing classroom education across our state for, in some cases, over 50 years, or supporting the online providers that do not offer courses with a comparable level of interaction. If you believe in the benefits of classroom education and the proven dedication of the local appraisal organizations to our profession, then it should be an easy decision not to change the rules pertaining to the requirements for either qualifying or continuing education. The last thing I just want to say is I want to pose a couple of questions, and those are, first, is it a good idea to pass changes that would make it allowable for appraisers in our state to never have to enter a classroom again? And secondly, does it make sense to pass rules that may ultimately eliminate or severely reduce classroom offerings across our state? I hope you will consider these questions carefully, and thank you very much again for your time and reading the previous comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
We have a question, Ms. Point.
Mr. Rogers, I have a question. If you can answer it. Could be of any of the- I'm sorry. Does the Appraisal Institute offer all of the qualifying courses online?
They do.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And are the members allowed to take those to qualify for the designations? all of them? Can they take all of the courses online to qualify for a designation?
Not the advanced courses.
How many are they allowed to take online versus not?
But in any state, you can't take the advanced. Is that correct?
So why would you be opposed to not having a 50-50 combination in our state if you were allowing it in your professional organization? Just curious.
I don't make the rules as far as how that was set up, but
Once again, that's a state rule. Those are following state guidelines.
So if we have this rule in place, then your members can't take their online.
Or if you're
Sir,
going to
can-
speak, you're going to have to identify yourself and.
I'm sorry, the question was directed
Okay.
We just need your name.
Mr. Tankersley, could you step up for
Yeah, you
just a
probably
moment?
should just come to a microphone too. Otherwise, it's not going to pick up anything on the tape.
The question was asked basically of education.
I understand.
Yes.
That was the only
Thank you
reason I
for.
was here, so.
Yes.
It's a state rule, so whatever, when you're going through the first part of the designation program, it's whatever gets you to be a certified general appraiser. So in Chicago or what happens in Kentucky, they may be totally different than what the rule is in Tennessee.
So we would be holding your members back by not letting them take some things online. Am I right?
That would be up to you, your decision, because there's a lot of states that don't do that. There still are. There was, they showed a graph here that showed earlier today, I think Mr. Standifer had the question, North Carolina. North Carolina does not allow you to take online for income. You have to take that in a classroom setting. So every state's a little different. So there's not one rule when it comes to designated appraisers, how you get your certified general. It applies to what goes on in the rule of your state.
So wouldn't it sort of keep your process from being able to move forward in your professional organization also?
Either way, I've got to abide by the rules in my state.
Right.
So there are MAIs in states that allow 100% online education that may never have to set foot in a classroom to get their MAI.
Right, but this argument's not about the MAI designation or the SRA designation. This is about what's best for the state of Tennessee.
But the only people that have come to speak in for this are members of the Appraisal Institute, unless Bill Medley's going to speak for the Right-of-Way Association.
In that case, then it's the people who are actually active in the state in these organizations. It's not necessarily our organization.
What percentage of the Appraisal Institute's income comes from education and selling of educational material?
I have no idea.
Is it more than 50%? Does anybody know? Randy?
In our chapter, the way we raise funds is through education. Yes.
Right. That's how you pay for everything. Yeah.
not everything. No, we pay there are dues, appraisal dues.
Right.
And if I may say something in regard to your question, as far as holding back our appraisers, I don't consider rules that may possibly be stricter or different than what the rules are for the Appraisal Institute to be holding anybody back. They just happen to be slightly different. And we've gone over it many, many times, even though there may be some classes that are allowed for the designation online that wouldn't be allowed with the state. That doesn't mean it's a good decision necessarily to change the rules at the state. I mean, we have to do, the state, you know, the qualifying education is important for all the reasons that we've been discussing, in my opinion. So they're not always going to be on the same page as far as the requirements.
What about your very specific courses that might cover something like condemnation, or a specific type of condemnation, or a specific type of element that someone might want to take, and they might want to use it as education, qualifying education, but they can't get it.
I don't think y'all have that approved. I think y'all have
No, I'm
specific
saying,
ones
what about very specific courses that someone might want to take here in state and use it for credit? And it's not offered here because it is such a specialty, but you can take it online. Wouldn't you like to have the ability to use that for credit?
I think right now, with continuing education, you can take 50% of your continuing
14
education
hours,
online.
but what if you've taken a 30-hour course online?
To be honest with you, my last renewal period, I had over 350 hours myself.
Right.
So, that's for professional development for me and how I want to get better. It's not all about continuing education and qualifying education.
I know it's not, but I'm saying, wouldn't that help you if you could also have those items?
I think the balance is appropriate. Personally, I think it's fine, but you go to an entirely online situation, and then you're getting into the problems with the lack of interaction.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for your letter. And
Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Tankersley, for stepping up on the spot there. Okay, Ms. Avers,
Last
you may
one.
continue.
The last one is from William Wilson, dated January 8th, 2015, to Treek from the American Society of Appraisers, ASA, Knoxville chapter. Would like to enter a public comment on the proposed rule changes being heard at the January 12th, 2015 rulemaking hearing. The ASA Knoxville chapter and the ASA National is an education provider in both the state of Tennessee, nationally and internationally. The American Society of Appraisers is a world-renowned and respected international organization devoted to the appraisal profession. The ASA is a multidisciplinary, nonprofit, international organization of professional appraisers representing all disciplines: appraisal review and management, business valuation, gems and jewelry, machinery and technical specialty, personal property, and real property. ASA is the oldest and only major appraisal organization designating members in all appraisal specialties. As an education provider, ASA has experience in and offers classroom and internet distance education. The section that we would like to speak to is Rule 1255.02.043A, Internet Education, Distance Education for the continuing and qualifying education. Section A gives approval for 100% of one's education to be from distance education. We would like to object to this proposal, as it is our opinion that one cannot get quality education and therefore have the ability to protect the public trust only from internet or distance education. The face-to-face interaction between other students and the instructor is very valuable in one's education, as many of the students are completely new to the real estate field and sometimes have a hard time grasping the fundamental concepts without this face-to-face interaction. Plus, one can also learn from other students in the class's questions and discussions. ASA does recognize that some subjects and classes are not offered locally, but we find that students are willing to travel for quality classroom education. We would like to propose that the section be changed to the current 50% acceptable education from internet or distance education for continuing education and to 30% for qualifying education, with all of the 90 hours of the principles, procedures, and 15-hour USPAP class being required in a classroom, as we feel this are the backbone of an appraiser education and must be understood for the appraiser to protect the public trust. Thank you for considering our position and opinion. Respectfully, William P. Bill Wilson III, FASA CRP CG 2, Chairman Education Committee, Knoxville Chapter of the American Society of Appraisers.
Thank you, Ms. Avers. Is Mr. Wilson, is he here?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, that concludes all of the written letters.
Excuse me.
Yes, Dr.
Point of
McHenry,
order,
you're recognized.
Ms. Avers, at our meeting, I believe in July, or no, it must have been after July, there were a number of items that we received in September that also commented on this particular issue.
We received a lot of survey questions, and I did bring the surveys, but the surveys were submitted prior to the rulemaking notice. So technically, they aren't in response to the rulemaking notice.
I was referring to these.
I didn't get that one.
Oh, I think I must have got it to you.
Well, maybe they didn't send it right, because sometimes people spell my name wrong, and then I don't necessarily get it. But if I did, I didn't get it.
I'm not sure how I got it if I didn't get it from this group here.
Okay. I have one more.
There's several there, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
Are those, let me ask you this, are these in request to a survey, or these come in after the rulemaking hearing timeframe? Because they may not be relevant if they came in prior.
They're dated September. Some of them are September. I think there's one October, and also the one from Mr. Goodpaster is included in that group. That was dated September 23rd.
Who were these sent to again?
Well, I got the only way I would have gotten them is from this group here.
Okay.
So at the maybe the October meeting, because some of them are dated late September, so I assume they were probably distributed at the October meeting. I don't know how else I would have gotten them, except in this setting. They were not sent to me separately, and some of them are addressed to Ms. Avers.
Apparently, these were from the survey.
They're from the survey and not from the rulemaking hearing?
That I don't know.
She says,
Okay.
Which are the
Director
same.
Avers says they're from the survey.
Okay. Like I said, the one from Mr. Goodpaster is included there, very similar to the item that he said he made some changes in it, the one that you submitted on December 23rd. Is that correct, Mr. Goodpaster?
Mr. Goodpaster, you're recognized, sir. You know, we got all day here. Let's just hear them.
All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. This letter is from Donald White, dated Monday, September 22nd, 2014. During our board meeting last week, we discussed the proposal to develop online and CE and QE. Other than the obvious threat to education income, which is the lifeblood of all professional organizations, that includes the Appraisal Institute, the ASA, and the International Right-of-Way, I think we will lose educational quality. I took courses for both the Appraisal Institute and the Old Society of Real Estate Appraisers and found this common thread. The classroom is only one part of the learning experience. The material is introduced in the class, and a basic level of instruction occurs there. The exams after the course are heavy in answering questions that require mathematical calculations. We were prepared for those by drill problems that were worked outside the classroom. In every qualifying course that I took since the 1980s, we worked on the drill problems in groups after class. These were not required, but did so in order to use brainstorming and drew from strengths of those individuals in the group that had mastered some of the concepts, while others grasped other concepts. These are symbiotic relationships. While I cannot speak of other professional organizations, I know that the Appraisal Institute instructors are well trained beforehand. Before I could teach, I took a week's training at the University of Illinois at Urbana. These classes focused on how to teach adults, how adults learn, visual, auditory, and interaction. Also tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell them what you told them. We were taught how to prepare overheads, now computer-based visuals. Finally, we were something to present a lecture that was videotaped and critiqued. The instructors chose your subject. The instructor must audit the course that he or she will teach. Then the instructor will be paired with an experienced instructor. After each course, the class rates the instructor and the class subject. Those instructors that are lowest rated will be dropped as improved instructors. The Appraisal Institute requires rigorous courses with demanding exams and comprehensive exam and a demonstration appraisal report or alternate capstone course. While the Institute requires more education than that demanded by the state, the invaluable element of discussion outside the classroom and the study groups and the drill problem better prepare a student than online education can deliver. I think that the quality of practitioners will be degraded. Thanks for entertaining my comments. Sorry, that was my mistake. Donald White, MAISRA, CG 155.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Avers. We appreciate Mr. White's comments. Next, please.
Bob Abbott, September 24th. Good morning, Ms. Avers. It was good to see you at the AQB meeting in Memphis last week. I didn't ask. Mr. Abbott, are you here? No? All right. It was good to see you at the AQB meeting in Memphis last week. It's also good for me to personally hear the questions and discussions brought to the floor by the AQB board, other state boards and organization representatives, Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, South Dakota, Mississippi, Appraisal Institute, etc. I think this group discussion was similar to a typical classroom situation. Both the teacher and the student, as well as the rest of the classroom, benefit from face-to-face site communications, questions, answers, and discussion. Much of this type of discussion and networking opportunity is missing during online class activity, especially the break time conversations with other appraisers and instructors. There is obviously a place for online education given our busy individual schedules, the cost of travel, timing of courses and seminars, etc., but I think online activity should be limited to CE, not QE, and the number of hours limited so the appraiser does not get the entire required education and renewal CE activity online. I find that our young folks spend more time on their computers, iPads, phones, etc., and less time talking or communicating with others. Part of an appraiser's job is to communicate, verify activity, sales, data, leases, rental information, cost, operating costs, etc., and typically requires some type of communications with others. All of this cannot be effectively done online or in a courthouse. Appraisers need to talk with buyers, sellers, brokers, tenants, etc. to learn what motivates the players and be effective at their work assignments. Classroom helps prepare them for the real world. Thanks for taking time to read my thoughts. Bob, Robert P. Abbott, MAI CCIM Senior VP Appraiser.
Where's he located, if you don't mind me asking? Does he say?
Memphis.
Memphis? Okay.
We appreciate Mr. Abbott's comments.
One is from George Long, September 24th. Online versus in-person group education. It says each has its place. I think it would be a serious error, a cheapening of the educational process to permit all training to be online. Online education has a sterile, isolated feel about it that a person-to-person communication does not. It is certainly practical and cheaper to use online format, but I come away from online experience feeling I haven't learned as much in a group situation where there is back and forth between the teacher and the students, and even back and forth discussions with the student next to you, maybe a mini debate while the lecturer is speaking. This environment simply can't be replicated in line. I think a division between the two types of 50-50 would be the best. George Long, Jr., MAI. Eric Trotz, September 27th, 2014. Nicole, I hope all is well with you in Nashville. I appreciate the great job you are doing as Executive Director of the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission. I swear it says that. And I appreciate the long hours that the commission members spend conducting the business, I'm making this up, which ultimately benefits not only the appraisers, but the public as well. It has come to my attention that TREAC will be voting on a matter soon which concerns CE and QE education and the number of online hours that TREAC will accept from an appraiser. As I understand things, TREAC will be voting to allow all hours of education, both CE and QE, acceptable if taken online. I have taken both classroom as well as online education and am familiar with both. In my opinion, voting to allow all hours acceptable if taken online, both QE and CE, would be a huge mistake for our profession, would not protect the public, and would lead to a serious decline in the quality of appraisals for the following reasons. 1, to maximize one's learning, a person needs to interact with other appraisers and peers in the classroom, hear their real-world problems and solutions, and meet other professionals to get a feel of how they might have handled an appraisal matter in the past. Being surrounded by other appraisers and hearing the discussion in a class benefit to an appraiser that cannot be duplicated by sitting in front of a computer for a few hours here and there. 2, appraisal seminar instructors usually have vast knowledge of appraisal issues that they learn from previous classes and transmit it to the class they teach. A lot of knowledge that a teacher imparts to the class is only generated because of a discussion that was held in class or because one of the students asked a question during a break that the instructor thought was interesting for the entire class to learn about. This only happens in a classroom setting, not online. 3, it is impossible to network with other appraisers online like one can do in a classroom setting. I look forward to attending seminars and classes in person because I know I will meet other appraisers and learn from them each and every time I take a class. I rarely learn much from other students when taking online education, as it seems as if the online education participants are just trying to squeeze in a few education hours and don't have time to contribute anything to a virtual class. I have never seen I have never seen a passion and commitment to a class that an online educator brings to the virtual class like a real live classroom instructor does. Nearly everyone in the classroom instructors that I have ever encountered in the past 24 years has shown so much more passion and commitment towards education than even the best online instructor that I have ever had. 4, allowing all hours to be counted, whether online or in person, waters down the mentor experience. The only opportunity some appraisers have whereby they will interact with a senior appraiser or mentor would be in the classroom setting. Allowing an appraiser to have a choice of never having to enter a classroom would water down perhaps the most important reason to attend a classroom education, which is to meet some of the most experienced appraisers in one's community and possible have an opportunity to be mentored by some of Tennessee's best appraisers. I understand the need to allow some education hours through online offerings. I have no problem with that. However, there must be a balance, i.e. not more than half of all hours allowed via online, or the public will be left unprotected through being subjected to much inferior appraisal products in the future. I hope TREAC will strongly consider my points prior to our upcoming vote. Thank you very much for your time with handling this issue, and email kindest regards, Eric Trotz.
Appreciate Mr. Trott's comments.
Gonna be it, because this one is from Mr. Goodpasture, which we've already read. And this last one is from Mr. Bolden, so it's short.
That Rand Bolden?
Rand Bolden.
Okay.
Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. September 30th, 2014. Dear Ms. Avers, it is my understanding that the Real Estate Appraiser Commission will soon vote concerning whether Tennessee appraisers can take all of their continuing education and qualifying education online. I'm concerned about the decline in the overall quality of education if appraisers are permitted to avoid classroom education. I have been a licensed appraiser since licensing was required. I have taken many seminars and classes, including online seminars. I have found online education to be very limiting in quality of the experience. I have to admit, sometimes I choose online due to it typically being easier and less time-consuming. However, the resulting education is almost always significantly inferior to what I would have received in a classroom setting. Maintaining quality appraisal work includes quality education. We should not be lowering the bar and allowing appraisers to obtain or even maintain licenses with a lower level of education. A classroom setting promotes learning beyond the minimal requirements. It promotes interactive learning with other appraisers. It's important that we do everything we can to better prepare those entering the profession, as well as to ensure that those who are practicing appraisers are as well educated through educational programs as possible. I think this can be best accomplished in a classroom setting. I don't believe that existing appraisers or new appraisers should be allowed to complete an extensive amount of their educational requirements by online classes. Sincerely, Rand Bolden, MAI, SRA, CCIM, Certified General Appraiser.
We appreciate Mr.
Got-
Boland's
got that.
comments.
He's also an attorney.
Does that conclude the written letters and comments?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, at this time, we'll go to any oral comments that have not been stated at this time. You'll be welcome to come up and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, and then we'll have 1 minute for rebuttal. So, excuse me? Okay, well, let's try to get through these and then we'll see
Okay.
where we go. If you would just raise your hand and we'll just start at the front of the room. We'll start at the back of the room and come forward. Is anybody behind this lady? Okay, you are recognized. If you would please come up front, state your name and where you're from, and she'll make sure you've signed in, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Before you say, I just want you guys to keep in mind that you're going to have to do a motion on each one of these comments that you're hearing. So I don't want you to get too far ahead of yourself. If you want to continue on, that's fine.
Well,
I just wanted to remind you.
Okay, as I kept notes on all of these that we had on those written comments, and every one of them were against, and then 1 or 2 of them had some form of, 1 or 2 said they were okay with the distance learning for 50% on the CE portion. So I can't speak for the other members, but my comment on this is going to be very similar to all of these that we've heard written.
Okay.
It's not going to be much different. I don't know about you guys. What are y'all thinking?
Let's just keep going.
Let's keep moving.
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
And can I do, if you don't mind, can I ask if you are a designated or have any form of a designation, if you'll also include that?
My name is Sandy Ackridge, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I am SRA designated and AIRRS designated. Most of my appraisal education over the past 10 plus years has been in a classroom setting. I maybe have taken 4 or 5 classes online. One of the classes I took online was an FHA class, and I did not realize at the time how vague the class would be. I imagined it being in black and white, a list of what I should look for. I'm disappointed now that I did not take the class in person, because I know I missed out on great classroom discussions that would have expanded my knowledge. Now I'm an educated, experienced appraiser. Imagine what someone just being introduced into the industry is missing when they take their qualifying education classes online, much less their continuing education classes online. When in a classroom setting, you get not only greater interaction from the instructor, but also feedback, stories, and ideas from many of the students. In essence, the whole classroom becomes your teacher and you theirs. I've had an instructor notice my deer in headlights look when he said something and point to me and ask, "What don't you get?" An instructor knows that if one person does not fully understand something, it's likely there are other students with the same question. This would be much more difficult to discover with online sessions. It is my belief the state of Tennessee would suffer in quality and experience of appraisers given 100% online education, especially in qualifying education. I urge you not to pass 100% online education for real estate appraisers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. It's Ackerman? Ackridge, okay. Thank you. Is there any questions for Ms. Ackridge? If not, thank you so much. Next. Okay, you're recognized, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Metz. I'm an SRA and a Certified General Appraiser in Knoxville. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address the Commission today. I'm also the president of the Greater Tennessee chapter of the Appraisal Institute. The Greater Tennessee chapter has over 300 designated and candidate members in the geographic areas of Middle and East Tennessee. I've also been in contact with Randolph Ward, the president of the Memphis chapter of AI, and their chapter has endorsed this statement as well. So on behalf of both AI chapters in Tennessee, I would like to read a prepared statement for the record, please. The mission statement of the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission states, quote, "The Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission strives to protect the public welfare by ensuring that only qualified persons are licensed or certified and that all licensees uphold the highest appropriate professional standards of practice, independence, and competency," close quote. We believe the Commission has lived up to its mission statement since its inception. However, we are concerned that the proposed rule change under consideration to allow qualifying education to be taken online is a serious mistake for our profession and will be detrimental to the public welfare. The QE courses are the base foundation of appraisal education, and it is our opinion the QE courses should remain in the classroom. Both the teacher and the student, as well as the rest of the class, benefit from face-to-face on-site communications, questions, answers, and discussion. This type of interaction and networking opportunity is lost in the online class activity. We also believe there is obviously a place for online education. However, our position remains that online courses should be limited to continuing education, not qualifying education, and the number of hours limited so that an appraiser does not get the entire required education and renewal CE online. Online education may appear to reduce barriers of entry to the appraisal profession. However, we believe in the long run, the loss of classroom education will reduce the quality of appraisers' initial training, and therefore appraisal reports, and the profession will suffer. On behalf of over 400 members and candidates of the Greater Tennessee chapter and the Memphis chapter of the Appraisal Institute, we ask you to keep the educational requirements as they currently are, which will continue to protect the public welfare and thereby uphold your mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metz. Any questions from the board? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Mr. Button, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Randy Button, MAI, SRA, AIGRS. I'm coming here today representing the two chapters of the Appraisal Institute, which I do government relations work for, as well as the Tennessee Appraiser Coalition. Many of you are familiar with the Tennessee Appraiser Coalition, which is a broad group of appraisers. And we're here in opposition to the changes that are coming forth with the online education. One thing that I think that I want to ditto everything that was said up to this point, but one thing I think that was brought out earlier is the quality of education in classrooms. And we had the presentation that was made by the online provider earlier, who said if a student didn't get through the first time or the second time or the third time, then they would suggest going to the classroom. Well, that proves to me, I think, and all of you, that the superior providing of this class would be in a classroom setting. And to get the quality that we all should be striving for as a profession, we are required to know what our peers are doing. And that can only be attained in face-to-face interaction. So I hope that you all will consider all the things that have been said here earlier. I know that the commission, that you had a commissioned survey of the licensees across the state. I don't know if that's been made public. One of the things that that survey did address specifically was this topic. And hopefully, during your all's discussion, as you go forward, that will come out to the results of what that survey said in both QE and qualifying education as well as continuing education. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you may have.
I've got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Button. You're
Yes,
recognized.
Nancy.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I'm back to the same old question. Why do the professional organizations offer online if people aren't going to use it?
I think it gives an option. I think it gives the option to the students to be able to have that. However, at the same time, they have set some pretty strong high bars as to designees when they're going for designation, that those classes will have to be adhered to in a classroom setting. So there are opportunities, but there are classes that are provided. I know we've all taken classes getting to where we are today. Can you imagine taking report writing online? That kind of defeats the purpose. So you brought up a question earlier about a condemnation class or something like that.
A specialty class.
Yeah, how can you teach plans reading online? Those are things that we have specializations that we're all required to adhere to, but setting the foundation for a new person coming into the profession, I think it's imperative that they have a good, solid foundation, and many times that's going to be provided in a classroom setting so they know what they are expected to adhere to. If that foundation's not right, and everything they build on top of that can be impaired. The same way with what you're dealing with disciplinary actions. I know, I speak from a perspective as a review appraiser. I see a lot of people's work. And many times you can go back and look at their statement of qualifications and see where the education was provided to see where they may have missed some techniques or methodology. So, I think all of those things we should be striving as a profession, a rising tide lifts all ships. And I think we should continue. We've made a lot of strides. We now have education requirements that require a degree. The examination is tougher. All these things we've done is try to elevate the profession, which is good for the public. The same way in this decision that we're making today, I would hate to see us 5 years from now have disciplinary actions, but a big influx of disciplinary actions based upon some decision we made today. Any other questions?
Other questions? Thank you for your time, Mr. Button.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the public at this time? See none, then. Excuse me.
Does anybody else have any comments on this rule?
Any rebuttal? Okay, I think we've concluded we've heard the presentations from the letters, and we've heard the oral comment portion. And so at this time, we can discuss among ourselves what we've got a couple of charges here. One is we have to either amend or approve as presented the rule change, and then we also have to provide a response to all of the written comments, and I'm guessing the oral comments, our discussion here and what our action is will be proper notice enough for those, unless you want to write a letter.
No, I think if you just want to have discussion based on what you heard in the written and oral comments, I guess you could sort of summarize it as discussing on the 2 comments and the 4 comments, and then based on those comments, do you think there should be an amendment to the rule as it's proposed at this point? Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I've got, we had 1, 2, 3, 4.
There were 16 comments total.
We had 13 comments that were written and sent in, and of those, all 13 were against. And for QE and CE, now some were not against it 100%, some were leave it as is at 50-50 on the CE portion.
But they were all against.
But they were all
changing
against
it.
changing it, yes, absolutely. Then we had three, well, actually, we had 4 stated comments. Mr. Tankersley inherently got drug in to a comment portion. And Mr. Word was incorporated by reference in Mr. Metz's comments. So in the oral statements, we had Ms. Ackridge, Mr. Metz, who referenced Mr. Word, and Mr. Button, and Mr. Tankersley. And there again, all of those indicated an against changing the policy. That's my notes. So I do, at this point in time, I'll open it up. Our proposed rules are indicating that we go to 100%. So if we're going to amend them or change them, it would be pursuant to that being the baseline of where we're starting from. Also, once we decide as a group what we're going to do, I think those comments can be crafted into a response from Ms. Gamber to these others, because it looks like the response is going to be similar for all of those, since we had no 4s.
The current requirements are 50% for continuing education, 50% online. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's 50% for continuing education and none for qualifying.
Well, that's what I was talking about. For qualifying education, it's right now 100% classroom, correct? And then for continuing education, it's 50% online. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that? That last part?
For continuing education, 50% of the required time may be taken online.
Correct.
Okay, fine. That's what I thought. And then the classroom is 100% classroom, right? For qualifying education, qualifying education,
you can take.
That's
You have to
100%.
take it 100% in classroom.
which
currently.
also agrees with everything else in their rules that we've got right now, where we tell them everything has to be in the classroom, which goes along with what we had back in other sections of the rules that we have already talked about and no changes were made. I have listened. May I make some comments, sir?
Yes, you recognize.
One of the problems we have is we want to make sure that the public is protected at all times, because that's who we serve. They look to this commission to make sure that we do not pass any rule or certify anybody who does not have the proper qualifications. When our members, when I say our members, I mean members who are currently certified, become members, they have to take the standards of professional practice, and part of that is if you do not understand a problem, you should tell your client, I don't know what I'm doing, and then move from that point forward. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that a lot of our appraisers don't do that. They figure out they can figure out how to do it later on down the road. I have been a member of this commission probably longer than anybody else here, if you add up all of the times. I'm probably older than most of the people on this commission, and have seen the pendulum swing back and forth. Ms. Point brought up the Appraisal Institute and about their continuing education, and about the fact that some of it could be taken online. The Appraisal Institute does not allow all of their courses to be taken online to be designated. they allow some of their courses to be taken online because years ago they figured out that they could not compete with organizations who did not have the same qualifications that they required of their instructors. The cost was just too high. That's why they took the position that we will let the states handle some of the basic courses, and then that way we'll just take those and we'll just teach them after they come out of there. Bottom line is, in my opinion, folks, if I'm sitting here talking to my fellow commissioners, they're going to tell me what they think, and that's good. Not that I expect them to agree with me. I expect them to disagree with me quite frequently. By the same token, we're face to face. I'm not watching them on a computer somewhere tell me what they think, because they're not there. They can send me back emails and we can have a discussion online as to why I think what, when, and where. But then again, I do not think that takes comes up to the same thing as talking to somebody directly. I have been an educator. I have taught appraisal courses. I know what it is to stand in front of that class. That lady pointed out the lights, the lights and the deer there. I've seen those things. And I stopped the class at that point because I could tell that either I was not explaining myself fully or they were not understanding what I was trying to say. And I'd stop and back up again. In my opinion, you cannot beat having someone there, a warm body to talk with. It's like being married and living 600 miles apart. It just won't work. You got to be together in order to make it work. I feel the same way with education. What you learn in an educational setting is not everything that's in that textbook. It's beyond that. I heard a comment this morning. My fellow commissioners were talking about an assignment they've got. It relates to a hillside that somebody took off and the mud came down and hit somebody else. Well, okay, in appraisal terminology, that might be titled external obsolescence. Well, folks, when I started in this business and started taking my basic courses, I had an instructor, and we were discussing external obsolescence. One of the examples he used was there was a junkyard at the base of his property that he had to go by every day. Typically speaking, that would be considered external obsolescence, except he cured it. He bought it. He did away with it. So consequently, where in the textbook is it going to tell you to be sure to check and see who the people are involved, what is going on as far as that property is concerned, what else can be done? These things come up in a classroom. They're not stated in a textbook. There's no way a textbook can ever be written to cover everything that's going to come up. Even in a classroom, it's not going to cover everything that needs to come up. But I will bet you that more will come up in a classroom discussion as to other factors that you need to think about and consider than you'll ever find by reading a textbook. I've had a lot of people work for me. I've had a lot of smart people work for me, more intelligent than I am. The problem was when they got through, they had a number, but they didn't know whether it was right or wrong. But they had done it mathematically correct. You don't get this, folks, unless you talk with people. They say, wait a minute, hold it. Yeah, your math is correct, but your principle is all wrong. Are we teaching that in a computer? Do we tell these people that to find your problem before you get started, the first step? I don't see that. I'm sorry. But as far as I'm concerned, I think we should leave our rules exactly like they are right now, with 50% being allowed for online, for continuing education, but the classroom still be 100% because you got to lay that foundation. That's the principal courses. Without that base, without that foundation, it's going to be very easy, in my opinion, to get off base because you don't have somebody there to bounce your idea off of. Only thing you got is what this computer told you, and you gave an answer. Whether it's right or wrong, who knows? And even if you disagree with the answer, you're going to have to change it so you can pass the course. Whereas if you face-to-face, you can say, hey, wait a minute, I got a problem here. And you can discuss it, find out why you're wrong or why you're right, as the case may be. So, my fellow commissioners, I'll abide by whatever y'all decide, but personally, I believe we should keep it the way it is right now.
Thank you for those comments. Dr. McCary, you're recognized.
In the interest of complete disclosure, I should mention that as we sit here, I am teaching an online course. We have a winter session at ETSU, and I am teaching that course online. So I think we have to avoid overgeneralizations. Online courses and in-person classroom courses represent two alternatives. There are some courses that are better designed for a personal presentation in the classroom. There are other courses that might be better if they are taught online. One of the advantages of online courses is uniformity, structure, and transparency. People know exactly what's in that course before they take it. They know the structure of the course, and every time it's taught, it's pretty much in the same way. The advantage, obviously, of personal instruction has been mentioned, the dynamics of interpersonal action. Now, there has been an evolution of online courses, and there are more opportunities from the technology to provide for opportunities for interaction and chat rooms and things like that. The technology continues to change, and I think you're going to see more opportunities for interaction. There's no doubt that it's probably always going to be more limited than in the circumstances where you were dealing with a live instructor. And believe me, I have been the headlight that those deer are looking at in my classroom. So I know that feeling. One of the disadvantages of online courses, and this happens a lot, more often, I shouldn't say a lot, it happens more often than I would prefer, are technological issues. Okay? I have a deadline for students to complete an assignment, and what do I get? My internet broke down, my computer went offline, whatever it is. So there are complications that happen when you're dealing with online courses. There's no doubt that online courses are not for everyone, but they are for some people, and for some people they would be better. Take, for instance, a person who has a physical handicap. Going to a traditional classroom might be more difficult. So in many ways, the technology can be more inclusive in allowing some people to take courses that they otherwise would be unable to participate in. So I guess, and I like what Mr. Bradley said in his presentation, that online courses are not necessarily easier, because I hear that generalization said. When I address, or when I'm communicating with the students who are going to be taking my online course, one of the things I say to them is, this may not be the way you should take this course. If you think that an online course is going to be easier, you may be very, very disappointed and very, very frustrated. Taking an online course requires a lot more self-discipline. If you're somebody who procrastinates, if you're somebody who needs a lot of additional hand-holding and so forth, you better not take an online course, because you're going to be frustrated by it. But for other people, it's a much better way and a better learning environment for them than a traditional course might be. So again, just to make this point again, I think we have to take into account that we're dealing with an evolving technology. It's not going to go away, and that we don't generalize and say all or nothing. I don't see any reason, and I want to take issue with my with a gentleman who I've gained a tremendous amount of respect for in my short time on this commission, and that's Commissioner Hall. I hope we don't rule out whatever limitations we want to take. I hope we don't rule out the opportunity for people to take online courses if they choose to do so. I would, and I appreciated some of the comments by the people who spoke against this from an employer standpoint. In other words, if people know that if they take an online course, they're going to have a harder time landing a job, that's going to have a big influence on whether they want to take that course or not. So I think those things are important. I think also there is a concern that the economies of scale that can be associated with online courses, and I can see the sort of concern or hear under the surface some of the fear from those of you who offer traditional courses, that the economies of scale from the online courses might kind of make you guys sort of the dinosaurs, because everybody will want to take the online courses. They're easier to take, not necessarily easier to pass, but they're more convenient, and that makes it more difficult perhaps to offer the courses. So it might be that there's a fear that the technology, unless it's somehow or other limited by rule makers, will cause the online courses just to take over. We have seen, of course, at higher education, more and more universities that are strictly online. And those of us who are in the, of course, not so much the chalkboard anymore, we use technology in the classroom as well, wondering, you know, are we still going to have jobs, or are all the students going to go to these online universities? I don't think that's going to happen. I think there is too much interest in people taking traditional courses that they will be there. So I guess my response to you, Mr. Hall, is I really think that it's not for me, an educator, to make this decision. You, the real estate appraisers, are the ones who ought to be the ones who decide whether you think that online has value and ought to be allowed at both the continuing education as well as a qualifying education, or whether you as appraiser think that it would really inhibit the development of current and future appraisers. Thank you.
Dr. McCara, at this time, I want to recognize Commissioner Thomas. I do want, before I do that, though, I want to ask one question. I'm going to poll the commission. Do we want to take a 5 or 10 minute break, or do we want to take an hour break and then eat and do all of that, or we want to dispense of these items and move forward? Yeah, but I don't really want us to be here all night. A lot of people have long distances to drive. So do you, I'm going to start down
My
here.
only concern is, my only concern with that question is a lot of these folks that are out here are waiting for the response from this item. And if we can get some kind of a response to this item shortly, then they can get back to their...
I agree. I'm just reading, I'm reading the eyes on, give me a break, give me a break. I'm ready to trudge on. I don't need a break. I can go all day, baby.
I'm good to go.
It's up to y'all.
I'm good to go.
You good? Everybody good to go? Good to go? Good to go?
Maybe we take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break.
Let's see if we can dispense with this item first.
Sure.
Commissioner Thomas, you're recognized.
After hearing all the letters and the individuals speak, I'd like to say that I've taken both online classes and in classroom setting classes, enjoyed both and hated both. So, and when Mr. Metz read the mission, it just reminded me, because I have a hard time remembering that we're here to protect the public. I don't really care if it's convenient to take online, and I don't really care if it saves me time to take online, and I don't really care if your particular association, group, club, whatever, makes money in classroom. But what I hear is, how are we going to protect the public? And there's two overwhelming comments that have been made, and that is the online is going to be detrimental to any personal interaction. And the other thing is, two of the gentlemen that spoke said, if I knew you took 100% online as a trainee, I would not hire you. Now, if you're not being hired, I can't see where that helps the public. I think the online interaction, the personal interaction in a classroom just resounds in me to where that is above and beyond what I'm really paying for in that classroom. And I heard, or we saw, the difference in the value of how much it was going to cost to travel and how much you could do it for online. And even at the federal government level, they're saying you need to have a little skin in the game if you're going to buy a house. So if you're going to go into this business, and the demonstration said $2,200, if that's going to bankrupt you to go in this business, maybe you ought to be looking at, Pete the plumber or something. And just to quote what our representative, Mr. Bradley, said, is that online is not for everybody. And I agree that. I don't think it's online is for everybody. And then to quote him again, he said peer action is very important. And so I'm with Mr. Hall on this. I just think that as the motion is presented today, I would be against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any other commissioners want to speak to this?
May I respond
Item?
to just that one comment?
Yes, Ms. Avery.
Just as a point of thought-provoking for the commission, some of those people who take those classroom, if they can't take the education in Tennessee, will go straight up to Kentucky or off to North Carolina, take the courses online and apply through reciprocity, simply because it's cost prohibitive to take the courses in Tennessee, and we have a requirement to grant reciprocity. So I just wanted that conversation to be inserted into today's thought. I have no skin in this game because I'm already certified, and I will enforce whatever the will of the commission is. I have absolutely no skin in that game, but I want to make sure that you understand that through reciprocity, our neighbors are making an impact on this decision. And we accept all of our neighbors' education. And they're all taking online education. And if you take 100% of your online education in another state, and then we grant them a certification because we have to, I just want you to know we are allowing that in our rules. Just keep that in mind. Our statute says that we will enforce the minimum requirements per AQB, and the minimum AQB requirements does make an allowance for online education, which is part of the reasons we've revisited this issue. So I don't know that it doesn't protect the public to do this. The AQB has certainly chewed on this topic extensively. Again, I have no skin in the game on this. I'm already certified, and I took all my education online or in classroom. So I don't care whether it's online or in classroom. I really don't. But I want to make sure that the discussion is well-rounded, and that's one of the reasons why I made sure that we got the rulemaking hearing announcement to as many participants as possible, and we have a full room today. So
if I can make a rebuttal to that, I'll tell you what my father used to tell me. Just because somebody else is jumping off the cliff, does that mean you're going to jump off the cliff?
Well,
Mr. Collinsworth.
if I may, I'll make it short and sweet, pretty much ditto and ditto of both of these others. And Dr. McCarron, I don't really think that you're going to take a negative action to Mr. Hall anyway, because he is saying to allow for 50% of the continuing education online. But also in response to your discussion about going up to a neighboring state or something to that effect, I think a lot of our appraisers, some of our appraisers, as Mr. Thomas brought to attention, have already said, I don't know if I would hire a trainee that went and did all of their education online. So I think that's going to police that from happening to an extent, possibly. At least they're saying it's going to. And the only other thing I want to say, that out of everyone who was in attendance today or wrote in, 100% of them, of our appraisers, was in favor of being against doing 100% online education for CE and QE. So I think that's also important for us to note. We didn't have a single appraiser show up today in favor of that.
I have one
Yes, sir.
question for Ms. Havers. There was a question Mr. Button had brought up, was the survey results that we had a couple of months ago. What were, not the entire survey, but what were, do you recall offhand what the percentages were for?
Have 'em.
Do you have them? Can you,
Yeah.
can you give us those numbers, Dr. McCarroll?
Yeah, there were 70 of the votes for continuing education allowing online was it was approximately 7 to 6. 70 yes, 61 no. For qualifying education, there were 25 yes, 83 no, 58 some. So it was about 3+ to 1 against allowing for qualifying education online.
These numbers are not the same as what I'm reading. Can you say those?
Numbers of actual votes.
Okay, I'm looking at, okay. Question 1 was a rule change, 100% online education. We had 70 supporting that and 61 opposing that.
Right. That's the number I said.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
7 to 6.
And then that's on qualifying education, or 100% online education. Online, now that would be, doesn't say whether it's continuing or QE, but the question goes on into more depth. On the QE, there was a 25 yes on 100% QE, 83 no on QE, and 58 some on QE.
That's the approximately 3
Right.
plus to 1.
Right. So there are some 4 out there. It's just they weren't here today. That would be the
I would
point
just
made.
mention that at our October meeting, we had Mr. Stan Hunter from Nashville, an appraiser from Nashville, comment on, at least with regard to continuing education online. And if you might recall, he was very favorable about that. In fact, he actually gave more of a case against the classroom presentations, some of the classroom presentations that he had been in, where the presenter got off on all kinds of personal things and had very little to do with appraisal. So that was one that we had, here before the board, kind of giving the other side of it.
I believe that goes back to my question about the instructor.
Right.
Are there any other comments from the board? At this point, you're recognized.
I do need to make a comment. I have thought about this for the last month in depth. I have asked all kinds of people their opinion. I've taken in every kind of opinion you could imagine. But I guess one of the most dramatic opinions was my daughter on Friday night that I talked to. She teaches at the University of Charleston. She has a PhD and is chair of her department. And she said, I said, what do you think about this? Where can I go to get more information? And she said, Mother, appraisers need to move into the 21st century. She said they need to accept some online courses. There are some they shouldn't, but she said they need to move forward. She said, I know I'm not an appraiser, but she said everything is going to that. And I don't know if you found that in education, Dr. McCarroll?
Absolutely.
She said, and you have to realize that it's going that way. I spoke to 2 young doctors who have just finished up their residencies, and one of them has finished up his extra 2 years of specialty. And I said, do you guys take any online education? Do you do it? He said, how do you think we're learning new surgical skills? Both of them were orthopedic surgeons. And one has a specialty in ankles and feet, and the other one is doing his last part in the rotator cuff. They said, how do you think we learn new techniques? We're doing it online. New operating techniques, they're doing online. They watch other surgeons, and yes, they get continuing education for that. They're not doing their main courses online, but they're getting continuing education. And some of their core education is coming from online, watching other doctors do things in settings thousands of miles away. And I think Mr. Thomas said this morning that there's a doctor that does his surgery, heart surgery, from his computer. Is that correct? In Kingsport. So, I mean, I think there are a lot of things coming online that we need to be aware of and not hold back people by not letting them take some things online that might help them. And I've never taken a course for credit online and turned it into the state or for qualifying education. That's just not me. I go to the classroom pretty much most of the time. But I think we do need to consider the younger people and the younger things and the people that are more adept to being online and to having all the functions to having the option to do some things online versus everything in the classroom. And it's not going to be me taking it all online either. Because I'm about with Mr. Hall. I have so many computer problems, it's not funny.
Thank you, Ms. Point. Are there any other commissioners that want to speak to this issue? And if not, have we got anyone that's willing or wants to make a motion for some type of action so we can move forward on this issue?
I will. I'll make a motion that we leave it as we now have it, which means you can get 50% of your continuing education online, but 100% of the qualifying must be in a classroom.
Second it.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thomas, to leave the rules on qualifying education and continuing education as is. Is that what everybody understands?
Yeah, I think you're going to hit on this. Go ahead.
Excuse me?
As it currently is, not as it's written in the notice.
Yes,
of the
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. As it is now, not the proposed changes, which would be 100% qualifying education in the classroom, 50% qualifying education, continuing education in the classroom, and 50% continuing education online. So no changes from the prior rules.
To deny the proposed changes.
Yes.
To deny the proposed changes, yeah. Maybe that might be, would you consider withdrawing your motion and then maybe someone making a motion to deny the proposed changes? Because then that way it would revert to what it was to begin with.
I'll just reword my proposal.
Can you please remove the first one and do it?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, that's been withdrawn, and
Randy will withdraw his.
he don't have to. You
Second.
do.
Okay.
All right, so we have, the original motion's been withdrawn, but to accomplish what Commissioner Hall wants to do would be to make a motion to deny the proposed changes.
I'll make that motion.
Second it.
So we have a motion to deny the proposed changes from Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. And in essence, what that does is leave them as is right now.
Just to clarify, if you're making a motion to deny the proposed changes, are you making the motion to deny the proposed changes throughout the entire rule?
No, just for that one section.
Just the qualifying education, the 100% qualifying education, and 100% continuing education.
1255, 02.04.
3A.
Okay.
Is there anywhere else in that section that would refer back to that, or does that take care of it?
Let's see what 5A is. It's gonna change 4 too.
Let's just take them one at a time. So we're talking about 1255-02-.043A. And it looks like if you're going to deny the proposed changes in this subsection,
Like that whole thing.
you would have to, I mean, it looks to me like you would have to strike where it says "and qualifying education" from the title of that section. And then "and qualifying" at it's the last sentence of 3A. Does that make sense?
So under item 3, we would strike "and qualifying education." And can you state the other portion?
Right, it would strike "and qualifying education" from the, I guess it's the heading of number 3, and then it would also strike "and qualifying" from the last sentence of 3A.
Would it, would it be easier if we had him make or if he chose to make a motion to allow you to edit this, so we don't have to edit it right now and go through every item to what it was prior to this? Because, I mean, item 4, it looks also like it's gonna need changing.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Commissioner Collinsworth. I would
I have no problem with that.
Can we do that?
Can we amend that motion to allow council to revise the document where necessary without us having to reconvene
It would reflect,
this change?
I mean, as long as you go through each part individually, then I suppose after we get the transcript, we can make edits as needed. But you're still gonna have to go through and tell me what it is that you're.
Okay, let me tell you, wait, hold on, let's back up. Let me state what we want to do, and then you figure out how to do it in that document. What we want to do is 100% qualifying education in the classroom. 50%, that's why I say what we want to do. We haven't voted on it yet, but this is what the motion is. 50% qualifying, continuing ed in the classroom, and 50% continuing ed online. And if they want to take 100% continuing ed, they're welcome to do that. It's just saying
in the classroom. And then give you the flexibility after we vote to make those changes to this rule so that it reflects that accordingly.
And then maybe our chairman will take a break so we can go get something to eat, and we reconvene and go over this.
Well, we're gonna take it once we vote on this, because we've got a lot of people that have driven from Knoxville and Gray and all over the place, and they want to see a conclusion to this. So we're not breaking until we get some kind of for their benefit.
Well, we got a motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
So here's the thing. You're gonna have to give me specific language. This is gonna be your amendment to the proposed rule. So it can't just be a matter of I go out later and make edits based on what it is that you want, because you guys are the ones making the rules. So you would need to give me specific language.
Would it not be basically identical to what's in there right now? Just,
If you make that motion.
well, then just that's kind of what we were trying
But
to do.
there are other changes throughout this rule that we would have to address as well, because those are going to be left in there and it's not going to make sense.
Do you know which ones those are you can point to?
One thing, it's what we were talking about, where it says "and qualifying education" in 3A, where it says "and qualifying," that would have to be removed in order to make it make sense.
I think what Chairman Johnstone is asking is, if we make a motion to amend this rulemaking hearing document so that it is the same as what is existing currently, to replace this entire order with what is existing currently, would that take care of what we're asking in this?
I mean, there were some areas in the
I don't think
rulemaking.
it will.
Like,
Yeah.
If you'd like me to, I will read it, and if the commission then makes the motion to adopt, I will.
Yeah, we may need to just take it section by section, have someone read it aloud to you, and you tell us what you want, because it's just, I mean, I hate it, but it doesn't work that way.
Well, we don't have, hold on, one second, sir. We've got the proposed here, and if we had the existing, we can look at them line by line. But I think the gist of what we're trying to do is to go back to what we had. So we'll vote on that, and then we're gonna take a 30-minute break, and then we'll try to figure out how to best present that for Ms. Gamber's consumption as we move forward. Okay. All in favor of this motion signify by, we'll have a roll call vote, starting from my left, moving to my right on the motion at hand.
What is the motion?
To deny the changes.
Okay.
And to deny the changes and for them to be as they were prior to the rulemaking hearing.
In 3A? Or the whole rule?
3A for now.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Ms. Point? Mr. Sandusky? Standifer?
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Walton's yes. Mr. John Stone's aye.
All aye.
Mr. Collinsworth, aye.
Mr. McCara, no.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, we have 7 yeses and 1 no. The motion's approved. At this point, we're going to take a 30-minute recess, and then we'll for a break, and then we'll come back. Right.
Oh, stop the camera quick, please.
Well, some of them.
Rosemary's here. Rosemary's here. She missed all the fun.
I couldn't hear you vote. Did you vote yes or no?
I voted yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I would love to have made a proposal.
That's nice, we can
That's
disagree
okay.
and still be
It's all right. I just
agreeable,
wanted
right?
to know. I want to make sure.
You good, Nicole? All right, we're going to come back into session for the January 2015 meeting. And at this time, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Standiford, who's going to make a motion in response for the comment section that we have previously been through. Commissioner Standiford, you're recognized, sir.
In response to the comments from Todd Flounders, Stephen Gallion, Weston Woodford, Stephen Goodpasture, Maria Carlson, Rex Garrison, Todd Rogers, William Bill Wilson, Don White, Bob Abbott, George Long Jr., Eric Trotz, Rand Bolden, Sandy Ackridge, Fred Metz, Randy Button, and Mike Tankersley. The Commission agrees with your comments and has made necessary changes to the rules.
I'll second that motion.
As you've heard the motion and this, from Commissioner Standiford, seconded by Commissioner Walton. Is there any discussion? If not,
Should the word proposed rules go in there?
I'm sorry. Sure.
Should the word proposed, we're making changes to proposed rules,
Would we-
Be rule, I don't know.
that would be an amendment to insert the word proposed rules. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I would.
Okay, would you?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to insert the word proposed in there, and it was accepted as a friendly amendment. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's approved. Ms. Gamber, you still have the floor.
Okay, so at this point, now that we've made a motion on the comments, we will need to move into making a motion on the amendment to the proposed rule, which is what we were doing before we took the break. So we'll need to kind of take this section by section, because I think the last, hold on. The last motion was to deny the proposed language in 1255-02-.04, section 3A. So that's where we are right now.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess it'll be best to just move by each section and vote on whether or not we need to make any adjustments to that language based on the last thing that you guys just did, or if we can adopt it as is. So we can move on to section 4. And it would make sense, based on your last motion, to take out the language that says qualifying and at the beginning of that subsection.
Correct. So do we need to make a motion on each of these?
Yes.
A motion to remove the word qualifying and, does that cover what we need to do there?
Right, if you remove the words qualifying and, then you can leave the rest of 4 as is, and that should take care of it.
I have a motion to remove the words qualifying and from the title area.
So moved.
Commissioner Collinsworth has made that motion, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved.
On to subsection 5.
If there's any changes in 5. Because it's referencing distance education.
I believe that it pertains to qualifying education. So we may need to make changes based on the fact that we've now removed qualifying from the rule.
Continuing education courses don't require a proctor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have spoken into the microphone. So continuing education courses, there isn't a requirement by IDEC approval that there be a proctored examination. The examination can be taken via the internet. But is that ever?
What's
So
council's?
you may be able to strike 5 altogether.
That is correct.
If it's never, like if there's never a proctor.
And 6. And 7. And 8. And 9.
I don't think it would be necessary to have those.
Every one of those are referring to proctored exams.
You guys can make a motion to strike sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all in one motion, if that's what you want to do.
Is that council's recommendation to accomplish our objective?
At this point, yes.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion. Motion from Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner Hall, to strike sections 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, recommendation approved.
Next section, item number 14, refers to proctoring.
What about 10 and 11?
Yeah, we should start with 10 and then address whether or not you think that needs to remain or amended.
I think 10 would be applicable.
So for continuing education, they can still
have that,
take
right. I move we remove item number 10 as well.
Okay, motion to remove item 10, Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Thomas. Any discussion?
Yeah, they can take continuing education by online.
They just don't have to have a notarized affidavit.
They don't have to have a notarized.
Continuing ed, you wouldn't need a notarized.
Okay,
Nope.
then it should be stricken.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
On to item, section 11.
I don't think there's any changes on that one that we would need to make, is there?
We probably would need to think about taking out or qualification after, so it would say approval by the commission of any continuing education course rather than any continuing or qualification education course.
Well, is that referring to distance, or is that referring to just in general? Because qualifying education now, is it only good for 2 years and has to be renewed? Isn't that correct? Yeah, because I don't see that this is referring to distance education. It's just basically saying any continuing or qualifying education shall be valid for a period of 2 years. So that would include classroom as well.
Distance education part? Or is this a separate
This
part?
is- No, this is under internet education, distance education for continuing.
That says any.
You're right.
That one would stay the same, wouldn't it?
Right.
It's just under course guidelines.
You're correct. I think Mr. Collinsworth is correct.
Okay. Right, so if we're going with what Mr. Collinsworth is saying, then we would just need to make a motion to adopt section 11 as is.
Okay. Now, would we would we renumber it now as item 5? It
It
would
will-
become item 5.
Right,
But
we would.
You would
we
do that accordingly.
We would renumber these accordingly.
Okay. So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner McCara. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved.
Also move that we would keep items 12 and 13 the same. I don't see that they're.
Motion to approve items 12 and 13 as presented.
Second.
Commissioner Collinsworth, motion, seconded by Commissioner McCara. Any discussion? If not, all,
Have any discussion on that end for 12 and 13? Okay.
not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved. What about 14 and 15?
I also move that we would strike item 14 because it's in regards to proctoring distance education seminars.
Okay, item 14 is motion to strike. Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion approved. Item, Ms. Gamber,
Move we
item
would-
16.
Item
excuse me.
15. I would move that we would keep that the same, I believe. Let's see. 205.
Ms. Gamber,
Yes, sir.
should we keep that one?
Hold on one second. Let me just check and see what those rules say since we don't.
I
have
don't see
those.
them in here.
Yeah. So it's clearly not anything that we changed.
Excuse me.
Hold on. 2, 6. It looks like 1255-2.05 is course content guidelines for qualifying education, so I don't believe anything would need to be altered there. So if I'm incorrect, you can stop me. And then 1255-2.06 is course content guidelines for continuing education. So I think that looks okay.
Those would remain the same. Yeah. I move we accept item 15 as written.
I have a motion to accept item 15 as presented, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved. We're done with that section.
On to the next one. Yeah.
Right, okay, so now we need a motion to accept the entire rule 1255-02-.04 as amended.
So move.
Commissioner Hall has made that motion.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner McCara. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, recommendation approved. Ready for 1255 2-13?
Okay, hold on one second, let me just jot this down. Don't wanna get. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Rule 1255-02-.13. Do we have written comments on that?
No.
Comments? Are there any verbal comments on that rule? All right, I will entertain a motion for approval as submitted or as proposed.
So move.
I'll second.
Commissioner Hall moved to approve, seconded by Commissioner Collinsworth. Any discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Approved.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you, cut you off?
We're ready for the next one.
Okay, the next rule is Rule 1255-04-.01, continuing education requirements. Do we have a written comment on that?
No.
No written comments.
No written comment. Is there any oral comments on that? Okay, none noted. Entertain a motion for approval as presented. Commissioner Staniford, is that your motion?
Yes, it is.
Is that second by Ms. Point? Okay, Commissioner Staniford got his name in the record book. Seconded by Ms. Point. Any discussion?
That's why it made me laugh, sorry.
Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved. Thank you for that motion, Commissioner Stanford.
Welcome.
Okay, moving on. Rule 1255-06-.01, reciprocal agreements. Do we have written comments to that rule?
No, I do not.
No written comments.
If there are no written comments, are there any oral comments? All right, I'd entertain a motion for approval as presented.
I so move.
Commissioner McCara.
Before somebody moves it for me.
Yeah. Commissioner McCara has made that motion. Is it seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Collinsworth? Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, recommendation approved. Next.
Okay, the next item is 1255-06-.03, expedited licensure for certain military personnel and spouses. Are there written comments to the rule?
There have been none.
Are there any verbal comments? None noted? Okay, entertain a motion for approval as presented.
So move.
Commissioner Thomas, is there a second?
Second.
Ooh, Standiford got in there. It's moved by Commissioner Thomas, seconded by Commissioner Standiford. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Recommendation approved. Next.
Okay, the next thing we need to do is go back to Rule 1255-01-.12 on registered trainee. That was the one we were having the checking on.
Is that item 5? B, C, D, and E?
Yes, so after, oh,
19.
Page 94
Page
on
19.
yours, page
Or page
19
19.
on the
Page 19.
rules.
Number 5.
Yep. B, C, D, and E.
okay, so after we spoke with head counsel, apparently we are okay, since this was all listed here, it opens this section of the rules up to amendments. So we can amend the entire section, which means we can go ahead and do what we were in the process of doing the first time when I stopped us because I wasn't sure. So basically we can go through and delete B, C, and D, and then what will now be B. Instead of saying at the end of the first sentence, for registration, we would change that for license or certificate. So basically the same way we had said it to begin with, we're okay with doing that. Because we have already deleted the same language in other sections where it was also conflicting. It just inadvertently did not get deleted here, so.
We would be looking for a motion to strike B, C, and D and change E to B and strike the word registration on line 2 of E and insert license or certificate.
Right, so, yeah, that's right.
So moved.
Commissioner Collinsworth made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Walton. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The recommendation approved. Do we need to approve the whole document as amended
All right,
now?
we'll need a motion and a vote to approve the rules in their entirety as amended.
I'll ask for it to be a roll call vote, starting to my right with Dr. McCara and then working our way to the left. So once we get a motion on the table.
So moved.
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Walton to approve the rules as amended, seconded by Commissioner Collinsworth. Any discussion? If not, roll call vote, beginning to my right with Commissioner McCara.
Yes.
Could you state your name and your vote?
Okay. Fred McCara, yes.
Eric Collinsworth, yes.
Norman Hall, yes.
Mark Johnstone, yes.
Tim Walton, aye.
Gary Standifer, yes.
Nancy Point, yes.
Randall Thomas, yes.
That's 8. Yeah, anyone wish to change their vote? If not, 8 yeses. The rules as amended have been approved. Ms. Gamber, you still have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The next thing we have to do is approve the regulatory flexibility analysis that pertains to small businesses that go along with the rules. It's not the first time you guys have seen this, but I have suggested answers to these. I can just read, they're really short. Each of these with a suggested answer, and you can choose to, you'll have to adopt each one separately. So you can choose to adopt them as I have them written here, or you can modify them if you see fit.
We don't have copies of this that you're talking about, do we?
I don't know if you do or not.
I don't see it on the iPad either, so maybe not. Okay.
You want me to make you copies?
No.
We're good.
We want you to just read it.
Okay, it's short. I promise. Okay, so the first one is, do the rules overlap, duplicate, or conflict with other federal, state, and local governmental rules? And the suggested answer is, the appraisal subcommittee monitors the requirements established by the states for the certification and licensing of appraisers. The proposed rules articulate the standards developed by the Appraisal Qualifications Board, so while there is no overlap, the rules pertaining to upgrade and foreign education are duplicitous. These rules should act in concert with the federal regulation to clarify the education requirements for Tennessee appraisers. So we'll just need to make a motion to accept and vote on item number 1.
So moved.
I have a motion to accept that response from Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by
Actually, I was going to second.
Commissioner.
Mr. Walton.
Oh, I said Walt. It's long, sorry.
I'll second.
Commissioner Walton made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Collinsworth. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Response approved.
Item 2 is in regards to clarity, conciseness, and lack of ambiguity in the rules. The rules are clear in purpose and intended execution. The rules are not open to different interpretations.
Do we have a motion to approve that response?
So moved.
Commissioner McCara has made a motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved.
Item 3 is flexible compliance and/or reporting requirements for small businesses. These rules do not impose any additional reporting requirements on small businesses.
Move we accept.
Commissioner Collinsworth has made a motion to
Second.
accept the response and seconded by Commissioner Walton. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Response approved.
Item 4, friendly schedules or deadlines for compliance and/or reporting requirements. Deadlines for compliance and/or reporting are the same as exist currently.
Motion we accept.
Motion to accept, Commissioner Walton, seconded by Commissioner Point. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Response approved.
Item 5, consolidation or simplification of compliance or reporting requirements. Compliance and reporting requirements are simple and are no more complex than those currently existing.
We accept.
Motion to approve, Commissioner
Second.
Walton, seconded by Commissioner Stanford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Performance standards for small businesses. The performance standard for small businesses is the same as those operating larger businesses, since the law and rules apply equally to all individual real estate appraisers.
Move to accept.
Motion to accept, Commissioner
Second.
Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner McGarrah. Any discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Response approved.
Item 7, barriers or other effects that stifle entrepreneurial activity, curb innovation, or increase costs. There are no known barriers stifling entrepreneurial activity, curbing innovation, or increasing cost.
So move.
Commissioner Thomas has moved to approve, seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Collinsworth. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Response approved.
That's all of these, but I might need to request like a 2-minute break because there may be one more thing, and I just want to make sure that I have it, and then that's all I have.
Okay, let me ask Director Havers this. Can we move to the ASC report while she's taking her break, or is this something?
Certainly we can.
Okay, let's move to that, and then when Ms. Gamber compiles her thoughts there, we'll come back.
We're up. You guys have had a long day. I'll try to keep it brief. This is kind of a little different than what we typically do because we usually appear before a board at the end of our visit and therefore have some thoughts to provide to the board members in regard to the things that we look at. Considering your history, I'm not expecting any surprises, and so I'm sure you'll have a similar report as you had last time, which I'll go over here in a minute. But just as a refresher, because I know you do have at least 4 new board members, some staff, some legal that may or may not realize who we are and why we're here. I did bring everybody our latest annual report that will go into much more detail than I will for your benefit, so you can get on with your day. But basically, Appraisal Subcommittee is the agency that Vicki and I work for. They were created as a result of the savings and loan crisis in the 1980s. Specifically, Title 11 is our enabling statute. I always get this mixed up. I know the acronym better than I know what it means, but Title 11 of FIREA. Does anybody know what that stands for?
Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, and Enforcement Act.
There you go. It's a tongue twister, don't you think?
Yes.
So anyway, at that point in 1989, that was enacted, and at the same time, the Appraisal Foundation, which was already in place, a not-for-profit corporation, had already established some standards for practice and some qualifications. A lot of times we get mixed up with the Appraisal Foundation, the subcommittee, the foundation. We have a lot of acronyms, but the foundation is the one that was established in Title 11 to set the criteria for the qualifications, which I provided, and you guys have been working on making the changes that just went into effect 10 days ago. So the AQB, the Appraiser Qualifications Board, is part of that not-for-profit organization, the Appraisal Foundation. Title 11 also mandated that the professional standards, which you guys commonly know as USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, would be the standard practices for all appraisers. So then the ASC, and you'll see in your annual report, we're responsible for many, many things. What I'm going to focus on mainly today is why we're here in the compliance review process in itself. And I was going to tell you something, and I totally forgot what it was. Hang on. If you have any questions, because Nicole and I had talked about this, we kind of wanted this to be a question and answer session. So, like I said, any questions you have for me, just interrupt me. But some of the things that the subcommittee does in addition to monitoring the states, we have the National Registry, which most of you have probably been on our website before. That's where all certified and licensed appraisers, all their information is housed. All the states are required to send that information in to us. The lenders use it, any users of appraisal services, not so much the public mainly, but once they figure out it's there, believe me, they'll start using it themselves. Dodd-Frank, which was the most sweeping reform that we had since the original enactment in 1989, brought a lot of changes for the subcommittee, and you'll see some, already seen a few things. The hotline, again, if you haven't had a chance to go at our hotline, we were charged by the Dodd-Frank Act to develop a hotline. I don't know that you've received any complaints. I'm going to refer you to a few pages in here so that I don't take up too much of your time. Page 7 talks about our history and also hits on a few of our other Title 11 mandates. We do an annual report every year to Congress. You guys are a little bit ahead of the curve on that. Did you have a question?
I was wondering if she needed the book, because I didn't get.
Did you? Great bedtime reading, and like I said, I'm not going to go through the whole the whole book.
You want to read one?
Page 11 talks about our appraisal subcommittee, our member representatives. They're set up just much like you. We have 7 members that represent the financial banking agencies. Page 13 is our large staff. We actually have one less than what's shown here. We only have 12 right now. So 5 of the 12 are policy managers, which is what Vicki and I are. And I want to focus on a couple other things real quick. Is to tell you a little bit about the compliance review process itself. It is one of the main functions of the appraisal subcommittee, and at a minimum, we go to the states every 2 years. There are 7 areas that we look at in regard to your program. They do match our policy statements, which those of you that have been involved with the appraiser board probably know that these policy statements have just been revised. They went into effect July 1st of 2013. It seems like yesterday, but they had not been revised since they were very first enacted. We're very excited about them, though. We think they're much easier to read. They start on page, it's R17. But why these are important, for one thing, is our report that you're going to get after I leave are in the same exact order as these policy statements. They outline basically the state's expectations, what we're looking for. Policy statement 1 is statutes and regulations. We look to make sure the states have the funding that they need, that their statutes and regulations have adopted at least the minimum requirements in regard to the qualifications, USPAP, etc. We make sure, like I said, that you have enough staff. Policy statement 2 is temporary practice. And again, temporary practice is something that was also mandated in Title 11, that states had to offer on a temporary basis a permit to someone coming from another state. That was specifically mandated in Title 11. So we look to make sure that the permits are being issued within 5 days. There's just various things that we look at, and they're all outlined under each policy statement. There's a summary of the requirements. And these are put together to assist the states in kind of knowing what we're going to be looking for. The third area is National Registry. The fourth applications. Are you sure? Hang on. Applications, education, reciprocity, and enforcement. But one of the other most important things since we were here last in 2013 is we now have a new rating system, and that is because you weren't under the old rating. You were under the old rating system last time we were here, right?
On page 52 and 53.
Or the charts on R39, is that what you're looking at? In the old days, a state was either found to be in compliance, not in substantial compliance, or not in compliance. And every state seemed to fall under the not in substantial compliance, because if you had one thing wrong, not in compliance was the worst you could have. And I think in my history of I've been there, we've only had one state in that category. One of the things that when we redid the policy statements is we put together a new rating system which better represents how a state is doing, and it talks about the review cycles, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, generally we go into a state every 2 years. We were last in Tennessee in January of 2013. Pleasure to work with Nicole, even though it's only day 1. We do so much behind the scenes before we ever get here. She provides us with so much information that we review before we arrive, and that's why we were able to give her a heads up on your regulation this morning from reading all everything. And we select files, and then we'll spend the next couple of days with Nicole and her staff. Lucky them. Randomly select files. Sometimes we do target files. It just depends if we've seen something in your minutes that catch practice, education, applications. I know Vicky's already started over there. Also efficient. She's already got everything on a zip drive for us. We'll spend the next couple of days going through the files, and then we'll provide our report at the end. I kind of wanted to give you an idea of what we saw last time we were here in the different areas. And first thing was statutes and regulations. Last time we were here, problem that I saw coming in here, and that was regard to the trainee involved in that, and you're already prepared for 2017 because they delayed the implementation of the fingerprinting until then, but you've already. So unless we come across something in the next couple of days, I think we have a great staff, so we know you have sufficient funding and staffing. Temporary practice, like I said, is another area that we look at, and last time we were here, files and the things that we look for, like I mentioned earlier. At least one easy extension, and I know all of that is covered in your regulations. Not too concerned. National Registry, we look to make sure that all the disciplinary actions are being reported. Same with applications, just to make this brief, applications, reciprocity, education, and last time we were here. And Nicole will let you know if I have a chance to come across. I will tell you just based on my numbers, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Nicole yet, but based on my count, since we were here last time, you does anybody have any questions? I know I rattled on and on and on, but most of you are so familiar with.
I have one question, and this may or may not be for you, and it's just a curiosity question in regards to that National Registry online.
Huh?
Because
that's ours.
Yeah, I've had several clients ask me about this. In Tennessee, Nicole, I guess, or Dennis or somebody updates that the first of every month, and the last date down there of any changes at the very bottom on an appraiser. In Tennessee, it's always, the first of that month. But there are several states out there that I've seen dates all the way back to 2008 since they were updated. Is that based on when the state sends you information, or, for example,
Well, it could be because if the credentials not had any changes to it, National Registry is historical. So anything and everything will remain in there forever and ever. So
and what I'm referring to, I guess, is that the
date it was last updated.
the date of last update. And I've seen in several states, because I teach banks, I teach regulatory compliance services to banks in several states, and I always bring that state up and say, hey, give me an appraiser in your state, and I'll enter him in there to show them how to look that up. And in some of the states, I've seen as far back as 2008 since last
now,
update.
Are you seeing their credential is current?
The credential's current.
Are you looking at
I'll look up an appraiser, Joe Blow, for example, and the credentials are current, and it says that the appraiser's currently licensed, but that bottom line down there will say date of last update, November 2nd, 2008.
We'd have to talk to our IT person, but.
Oh, we'd have to see what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
Actually, every state is, we have not had a
Right. I'm wondering if it's an IT thing then, because,
Or it might be what
Most
you were
states
saying.
are entering their data via the extranet now, which is real time.
Right.
So it could be that might be a date that where
It's
there was
just
a
not
last
changing.
dump, whatever they call it.
okay.
Versus how
Yeah,
they're
I'm just,
doing it.
it's just from a curiosity, because when I'm teaching it in the state,
I'll
they'll be
have
like,
to
well,
look
why are we
somebody
so
up.
far behind? Because I'll bring up Tennessee and it'll say, oh, look, first of last month, so.
We kind of do a hybrid. I enter people as they renew, so we are doing 24-hour updates, but we also send a monthly data pool just in case I missed anybody or there was an address change or something gets missed. So we send the data just to make sure that the National Registry is completely covered, because I'm not the only staff person anymore, and somebody could change somebody's P.O. box, and I'm not that good. So we still make sure that the data makes it to the registry at least once a month. But if somebody renews, I add that information 24 hours.
No, this one will show that they'll give me an appraiser that they're using, and it'll say.
Looking at that.
It'll say that their license is, I'll just quit. But for an example, if you guys will look at an appraiser, look in Kentucky, Arkansas, and Alabama, because it's one of those three that I remember specifically not too long ago. It was showing the last date of updates 2010. So
I am gonna look, because I'm not sure, but it may be something we need to just ask.
Maybe an IT thing, like you said, because it seems as though it's a recurring number of whichever one I'm looking at for different appraisers.
Get that answer for you, and I'll email it to you.
Oh, there you go.
We need to get our court reporter going, because we're paying her hourly, I think.
Sure.
So.
She's not complaining.
Anybody else have any
She enjoys
questions?
it.
And like I said, enjoy your reading materials.
Thank you, ladies. I
It really
appreciate it.
is a wealth of information.
Can we do get to keep these? They're not, okay.
I'm serious, I'm not kidding, it is a good book.
Oh, I've already been looking through it. It's some interesting information.
They
Lot of
brought you
statistics
extra.
in there.
From somebody that is in multiple states. It's pretty good.
That's good to
info.
know, because I've been known to take documents from here in Denison. Try to tell me, you need to return that,
No,
okay?
you can have both.
I can have these, okay?
And you may already have
All right,
these,
good.
but
No, we had to bring them back, or we had to leave them last time, so now we get to keep
you know,
them.
these are gonna be outdated. Well, today's already 10 days past,
Oh,
11
this is
days
the old
past,
one.
but
Okay.
it's got the old criteria in the front and the new in the back, so.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your time and
Oh,
your
you're
report.
welcome.
Thank you. We're still under, on the agenda, we're waiting on Ms. Gamber.
I have
Are we
one
still?
I'm waiting on Jennifer.
Okay, is there any new business?
Just one item of new business. I just have a question that was posed by a licensee. And so I wasn't sure how to answer them based on the new rules. There's a 7-hour supervisor training course in the new rules. And they asked, there's a 4-hour Appraisal Institute supervisor training course, and it's scheduled to take place here very soon. And they said if they take that course, how do they register as a trainee? Where can they make up the other 3 hours? And we don't have any.
We had that discussion when all this came up, and our local providers were saying, well, we're going to talk about the Tennessee law to help complement that and put together a 7-hour deal. And so I guess, at this point, we're waiting on those providers to show us where that is.
They would have to take the 7-hour.
But there's not a 7-hour available.
One of the schools still has a 7-hour, and I think there's more than one provider, but the local chapter is still planning on holding that 4-hour course, and I'm wondering if maybe we should make some kind of email blast to their licensees.
See, that was my concern when we got into this. We should have thought about that. And then there was conflicting thought as to, 4 hours is national type supervisory things and 3 hours specific, which all sounds good on paper, but then when you get to this point, it hasn't been resolved yet.
Still hasn't, and we don't really have a makeup, and it's already in the rules, so I really need to know how to answer that question when it's posed.
And our rules say 7 hours. Is that right? Do our rules not state 7 hours?
It says 7 hours, so.
I mean, they would have to take the
I mean,
7
they're
hour.
gonna-
We may want to let, you know, our AI educator guy was just here and left us when he heard what he wanted to hear, so we may need to, we may need to let him, remind him that they're gonna have to do a 7 hour.
Can we just have one talking at a time, please? You have the floor.
I was just saying that we're gonna have to let AI know that it would have to be a 7 hour for Tennessee.
Does Mr. Badger offer a 7-hour course?
Supervisor trainee course.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, how hard would it be to change it to 4 hours instead of 7 hours? Is that,
Another rulemaking hearing.
okay. Well, we don't want to.
Not for today.
It's just a question.
And I apologize, I did not hear Mr. Badger's answer. Do you guys offer a 7 or? Okay.
So I guess I don't know what your response is. I mean, we don't have that class available.
Well,
Unless
it
you
is
said-
available, it's just
Oh.
not Appraisal Institute, is that correct?
Who is the one, how many providers are providing a 7 hour in Tennessee?
As far as I know, Trees would be the only school that has that 7-hour course.
They publicly traded? No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I think they just got a little boon right now.
Let's try to stay focused.
And also, it needs
That's
to make
it.
sure that it's reviewed. I'm gonna have to go back and review it to make sure that it approves for the AQB requirements. So we may even have to have it represented or have Dr. McCara look at it because it has to meet the AQB minimum requirements. And I wanna make sure that we address that because we don't want it to come up in our compliance review that I think it does.
You're saying
I'm
you-
99% sure it does, but.
You're talking about the trees course?
Yeah, it would meet that it meets the AQB requirements.
Well, based on what I'm hearing, the only option in the response would be that that's the only course available in Tennessee at this time. I don't know any other thing to say.
Is that
at
an
this
online,
point.
that's a classroom.
It's a classroom.
That's a classroom. That's a classroom course.
You might, kid. I don't know if Trees has it online or not. I mean, it may
No, that's
be.
classroom.
Is it approved?
So, yeah, you can take it online, I guess.
Just not for continuing
It's gotta be.
not counting.
It's like
Oh, it can be 7 hours of your continuing education. It's 7 hours continuing ed.
I don't need it.
Oh.
Thank you.
But I do think that's something that, from the education side, we need to make sure that providers know. We need them to figure out a way to, in that 3 hours was to incorporate Tennessee requirements, was my understanding when we dealt with this years ago.
I guess, but it doesn't say that specifically in the rule.
Well, I remember specifically sitting in that other conference room when we had providers standing up and saying that 4 hours would be dedicated, because the question was, what's the institute? If they have a course that's crafted and taught nationally, it's going to be taught in Arizona, it's going to be taught in Illinois, it's going to be taught in Tennessee. What does that have to do with Tennessee criteria? And then there was discussion that continued on. It said, well, the other 3 hours will be pursuant to Tennessee law. And everybody just smiled and said, that sounds wonderful. And we voted on that. And that's where we are.
I understand, but
Okay.
the rulemaking here that you all just voted on, the 7-hour course doesn't say that.
But then if that's, then all you got to do is a 7-hour course then. It just doesn't meet the intent of what we talked about for 2 hours that day. Well, once again, my thought is the person gets 7 hours, they're done. I mean, what do you guys think, ladies?
That's all they can do.
Could they, for point of discussion, could they make could we do this, if somebody wanted to do it, could a provider issue a 3-hour piece and the 2 pieces come together? Like if there was a 4-hour piece and somebody offered a Tennessee-specific 3-hour piece, could we add the 2 together? Trainee
I think it just
supervisor?
says that you have to have 7 hours
What is that
Or
now?
does it specifically name a 7-hour course? I don't think it
It
does.
says supervisory course. So if there was a 3-hour Tennessee supervisory course and a 4-hour national course, I would think that would suffice.
I think so.
I just want to make sure that I am enforcing it correctly when it happens, when a trainee applies. Do they have to have 7 hours worth of a course, or do they have to have a 7-hour course?
Total of 7 hours. If you take a 4-hour course and 3-hour course, total of 7 hours.
It has to be on supervisory issues.
As training courses.
Well, in terms of the reciprocity, could they take this in another state? And then it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with Tennessee.
If it's an approved course.
Well, if they take an institute course and then for 4 hours, and they take a McKissick course for 4 hours, and it's the same material, then you've got 8 hours. You gonna sign off on that?
Press it now before I hit the button.
Y'all think? I mean, I think the rules say 7 hours. So regardless of how you get to 7 hours, you gotta, I mean,
Well, and at this point,
in
we
the
haven't
supervisor
laid
training
out any
section.
specific criteria that's gonna be different for the state of Tennessee anyway, so.
Does it say a 7-hour course or 7 hours worth of courses? Because then it could be 2 courses, like Ms. Avers was saying.
is it, what page is that on, Miss Avers? You know,
Quickly flip. It's in the trainee section.
trainee section?
Registered trainee. 16 maybe is where I'm starting.
Yes, page 17 or 92, whichever you're looking at. On or after January 1st, 2015, registered trainees shall be required to complete a 7-hour course that at a minimum complies with the specifications for course content established by the AQB, which is specifically oriented to the requirements and responsibilities of supervisor appraisers and trainee appraisers. The course is to be completed by the registered trainee prior to application.
Sounds to me like it's a one-course deal. It's not plural.
Okay.
And it can be online as well.
And I probably should notify the Appraisal Institute that their course is probably
Not meet the criteria.
overly attended.
Well, and you just brought up the point of it could be an online course. That would be a qualifying.
It's not considered qualifying education even by the AQB.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So then that could be.
All right. You need-
Because it's not 15 hours.
It's not part of the, okay.
This is for registered trainees that sign up after January 1st. So if you're a registered trainee, December 31st, 2014, this is not, doesn't apply to you, or if you're a supervisor. Although it would be good to take it.
Nobody can register as a trainee without this course existing. And
But
probably
you
the
could,
only
you
course
can
that meets
advise them to take it online or go in person.
I can't advise anyone to do anything.
Well, I mean, they can't apply without it. I mean,
Right.
so you could
And-
just state without
Let
that
them know what's
course.
available.
I can let them know what's available and would meet the requirements per our approved course listing.
But you would not want to encourage them to take a course you knew did not meet the criteria.
Right. And I'm saying if the commission advises me to, I may notify a particular school that their course could be misleading to their students.
I think that's fine. And I mean, and if it's more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, however many out there have those, I think it would be important to let them know that it doesn't meet our criteria.
And then I will do that. That's why I asked the question.
Thank you. Any other new business? So we're waiting on Ms. Gamber, that's it? Okay, Mr. Badger, do you have new, this is a little unorthodox, but I'll recognize you while we're sitting here. Can you please come to the mic, though?
As far as education goes, does it require approval before your board, or is that done at the
For a
administration level?
specific course or something?
So I guess I'm just curious, if a provider were to create this course and say submit it in a week or two, does it go until your next board meeting before it can be offered?
Yes, and we kind of talked about that a little earlier today, about skipping the February meeting, going right into March, and whether they had certain approvals. But Dr. McCara, can you respond to Mr. Badger about how to put something like that together?
Well, I would review the course and look at it relative to the rules and regulations. But all I do is recommend. It takes the entire body to approve that. So if we're not meeting, it can't be approved until the entire body meets.
It wouldn't be a CAP approved that.
Unless it was a CAP approved course, which is a high barred pass, obviously. Unless the commission wants to create additional policies for education approval, which I don't know that non-CAP approved courses would make that.
I think
Probably wouldn't want to do.
what we've been doing, I think, is very, very good. So I would just suggest putting it together and submitting it, and the earliest would be March.
Very good, thanks.
I appreciate the commission's time and pressing on today. I know there was times where I put the pedal down pretty good, and I could see the looks of hunger in the eyes here, and I appreciate your diligence and patience with me.
Starving to death.
I don't suppose while Ms. Gamble is out, we'd be able to discuss the final order yet, or no, would be the one discussing it, didn't she?
The final order,
In the packet.
it's already been signed by Vice Chair Walton. It's done. It's signed, so I will enact the revocation today. So that's all there is to that. There's a 90-day appeal period, so again, the commission should not discuss the held, but it will be done. All she has to do is read that regulatory impact analysis, and then the commission meeting, if you so wish, is over.
Here she comes.
Okay, I guess we can go back into the rulemaking hearing now. The next thing that we have to do before we can conclude is adopt an economic impact statement to go along with the rules, and this will work the same way as the Reg Flex did. I'll just read them one by one, and then we can just do them individually. Number 1, the type or types of small business and an identification estimate of the number of small businesses subject to the proposed rules that would bear the cost of or directly benefit from the proposed rules. These rules primarily affect new applicants for registration, licensure, or certification from the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission. However, to the extent that this rule affects appraisers through setting out allowed continuing education, there are approximately 2,109 registered trainees, certified appraisers, and licensed appraisers currently in Tennessee. These rules set out general compliance guidelines and are not expected to create any additional costs other than a minimal fee associated with obtaining fingerprints prior to registration. All new registrants, licensees, and certified appraisers must obtain this background check. Current registrants, licensees, and certified appraisers are exempt from this requirement by statute. Further, new applicants that are either certain military personnel or the spouses of certain military personnel will benefit from this rule.
Heard the policy statement.
Motion that we adopt.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Walton, seconded by Commissioner Point. Any discussion? I think I call that a what is that technical name? What is it? It's not, did you say policy statement? What did you?
Economic impact.
Economic impact statement. You've heard we have a motion from Commissioner Walton and seconded by Commissioner Point to approve the economic impact statement. Any discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Okay, number 2, the projected reporting, record keeping, and other administrative costs required for compliance with the proposed rules, including the type of professional skills necessary for preparation of the report or record. The only administrative cost expected to be associated with these rules is the obtaining of fingerprints. Applicants do not need to generate this report themselves, as it will be provided by the company providing the fingerprinting services. As such, there are no professional skills associated with that report.
Heard the economic impact statement number 2. Is there a motion for approval?
I move we accept.
A motion to accept, Commissioner Collinsworth, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Economic impact statement 2 is approved. Number 3.
Item 3, a statement of the probable effect on impacted small businesses and consumers. These rules will allow appraiser applicants that are certain military personnel or the spouses of certain military personnel to more quickly obtain licensure or certification in Tennessee. Fingerprinting of new applicants should benefit consumers by providing greater protection against application fraud. Further, small businesses should be better protected through the background checking of those going through the application process.
We've heard the economic impact statement 3. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Staniford moves, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? EIS 3 is approved.
Item 4, a description of any less burdensome, less intrusive, or less costly alternative methods of achieving the purpose and objectives of the proposed rule that may exist, and to what extent the alternative means might be less burdensome to small businesses. It is believed that these rules are the least burdensome, intrusive, and costly methods to achieve the purposes and objectives of these rules.
Heard EIS 4. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Hall has moved, seconded
Second.
by Commissioner Collinsworth. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of EIS 4 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
Item 5, a comparison of the proposed rule with any federal or state counterparts. Many of these rules are required by the Appraisal Qualifications Board, which is a federally mandated entity that regulates appraisers. As such, fingerprinting is required to meet the standards set out in Title 11 of FIREA, as well as a statutory requirement in Tennessee. As regulation of appraisers is federally mandated, it is expected that the regulation in Tennessee is similar to that in other states.
Heard the response for economic impact statement 5. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Commissioner Thomas moved and is
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Staniford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of EIS 5 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
And lastly, item 6, analysis of the effect of the possible exemption of small businesses from all or any part of the requirements contained in the proposed rule. It is not believed that these rules create any additional reporting, record keeping, and other administrative costs required for compliance with the proposed rule, aside from the cost of fingerprinting, and as such, it is not expected that exemption of small businesses from all or part of these rules would benefit those businesses and would instead result in less protection for the public or less uniform rules throughout the state.
Heard economic impact statement number 6. Is there a motion to approve? Commissioner Hall has moved to approve,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Staniford. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of EIS 6 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved.
The very last thing is that we need to adopt a general statement of whether or not these rules affect local governments, which they don't. So if you want to come up with a statement that just says these rules don't have a negative impact on local governments, that would probably be sufficient.
Move we accept what you just said.
We have a
These
motion
rules do
to,
not have a negative impact on local government.
Commissioner Collinsworth has moved that these rules do not have a negative impact on local government. And it is seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Walton. Is there any discussion? Is that adequate, counsel?
Yes.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommendation approved.
That concludes the rulemaking hearing. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Gamber and Ms. Avers and commissioners.
Thank you, everyone.
That concludes all the agenda items. And at this time, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner
So moved. Second.
Walton. He moved his mouth, so he beat you. Any discussion on adjournment? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Mark, talk to me.
Another marathon.
Hey, and Nicole, you said we'd be out by 4 if we worked hard.